This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and to scrutinise his policies. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly meeting. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the Clerk, Paul Goodchild, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for absence today from Assembly members Bakari, Clark, Desai, Small Edwards and Wilson, and apologies for lateness from Assembly member Roberts.
Thank you. Can I now provide a quick update? Well, it's not that quick, actually. An update on some recent Assembly activity. Since we met for the draft budget plenary meeting on the 23rd of January, Assembly members have continued their work within committees, tackling issues of importance to Londoners. In the last few weeks, the Planning and Regeneration Committee examined issues including residents' experiences of living in tall buildings and the extent to which high-rise buildings meets Londoners' housing needs. The Police and Crime Committee questioned the Metropolitan Police Service and the Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime on grooming gangs. The Health Committee discussed HIV prevention efforts in London and the work of HIV charities in London and international comparisons. The Confirmation Hearings Committee held an extraordinary meeting to question and assess Amanda Parker and Tom Slay, the Mayor's proposed co-chairs of the Mayor's Cultural Leadership Board, where the committee unanimously agreed to recommend that the Mayor should proceed with the appointments. The Environment Committee held the final meeting of its investigation into the Mayor's Swimmable Rivers Manifesto commitment. The Economy, Culture and Skills Committee looked at the, this week, looked at the economic impact of major sporting events in London. The Planning and Regeneration Committee asked the Deputy Mayor for Planning, Regeneration and Fire Service and other guests about the delivery of tall buildings. And the Police and Crime Committee held a question and answer session with the Met Police Commissioner and the Deputy Mayor for Police and Crime. Another full programme we've had since the last meeting. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2, and can I request members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held on the 16th of January 2025 and the London Assembly plenary meeting held on the 23rd of January 2025 to be signed by me as a correct record? Agreed. That's lucky, actually, because I just signed them, so I'm pleased you said that. I was a bit previous there, sorry. Indeed, indeed. We now move on to our question and answer session. Joining us here today in the chamber, we have Jules Pipe, CBE, Deputy Mayor for Planning, Regeneration and the Fire Service. We must stop meeting like this, Jules. And Andy Rowe, KFCM, the London Fire Brigade Commissioner. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as Chair to both of our guests. Assembly members then may put supplementary questions. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their question. And guests, it will be grateful if your replies were succinct so that we can get through all the questions. Before I put a question to you, Commissioner, I'm sure that individual Assembly members would like to add their own thanks during this meeting, but can I also take the opportunity to thank you on behalf of the whole Assembly for all your work with the London Fire Brigade. You've always been a great friend of the Assembly. And I wondered if group leaders wanted to say anything at this point. Assembly Member Duval.
I'd like to echo our thanks from this side of the chamber. I think the way that you arrived in your position was at one of the most challenging and darkest periods in probably that the fire service had to face in terms of from 2020, and you've done it with great distinction. During your time at the fire brigade, you know, you've dealt with a whole number of crises. That's what you do in emergency services. You'll be the first to say that's what you and your team does. But the way that you dealt with issues from pandemic to Grenfell to other challenges, that, you know, the bushfires that we had, do you know what I mean, in outer London, generated complete trust and confidence from people around this table. You face some challenging questions from us. We're not in your pocket and you're not in our pocket. But the way that you've engaged with this Assembly has been very important. You've always turned up to meetings when we've requested that. You face some very challenging questions. Your zero tolerance of dealing with all forms of discrimination within the fire service is second to none, and certainly some others in the GLA family should take note of how you've risen to those challenges and confronted the worst aspects of human behaviour, to be honest, in any organisation. And then I think the final thing we should recognise is the fact that you come out of special measures and you come out of that well. That doesn't say we haven't got problems, and we have. We've still got a discussion with government, but there's a national discussion with government about the funding of the fire services per se, but particularly about London. And I want to thank you for the work that you've done on behalf, hopefully, I'm speaking on behalf of everyone around that, and how you've engaged with us. Thank you.
Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Rowe. I think I would definitely want to echo the comments of Assembly Member Duval. I suppose my perspective on fire has been partly as a constituency member. It didn't have anything like the sort of major media profile, but there was a large fire in my constituency, actually, in 2019, and in the Hamptons, and it was a cladding-related fire, and the buildings disappeared, you know, in no time at all. There was a huge amount of praise, not only for the way the fire brigade responded at that time to that fire, but to the way afterwards it was, people saw up close in a very difficult circumstance how, while other agencies, not least some of the people who were responsible for those buildings, fell short, the fire brigade absolutely didn't. I suppose within City Hall, our dealings, Andy, have mainly been through the Budget and Performance Committee, where I will echo actually what Len was saying, that you have always attended whenever we have asked. You have not only attended the meeting we've invited you to, you have made yourself available to come and have, you know, briefings additionally outside of that. You have always, I've found you to be extremely clear about the challenges and strengths of your organisation, and in public and in private, about what you need to do and what you are doing and how you're getting there. And, you know, it's not quite so dramatic and headline grabbing as the frontline firework, but understanding how you make a budget work so you can fund all of those activities, how you put together a business plan. These are not things that set the heart aflutter, but they're really basic, important things that I know that you've turned around in your time there, and you've been very honest with us at Budget about that. And we've seen that change in the way that the fire brigade is run. It's behind the scenes much more professional in the way that it's always been very professional on the front line. I think you can leave your post feeling very proud, in my view, of the improvement that you've made, not only with the frontline side of the fire brigade, but also the behind-the-scenes stuff that I think is often, you know, the Cinderella side of any organisation. So you will certainly be missed, and I'm sure your successor will feel they have quite a lot to step up to. Thank you, Commissioner.
Assembly Member Russell, please.
Yes, just very briefly, I thoroughly endorse everything that both the previous Assembly members have said, but I just wanted to add from the perspective as a Green, the seriousness with which you have taken the threats to Londoners from the changing climate and, the extreme fire situation at Wellington, these are incidents that are really serious in terms of the well-being of Londoners and also the increased likelihood of flooding from extreme rainfall events. And it has been incredibly reassuring to know that the person leading the fire service has a really thorough understanding of the seriousness of those threats and the importance of being able to withstand them. So just to add that to the general thanks for all that you've done for London and Londoners in your time in the fire service. Thank you.
And I know Assemblymember Hall wanted to say something.
Yeah, forgive me, because we've worked so much together and everything everybody said I agreed. The one thing that nobody said that you have done that no other fire commissioner has ever done, and that's you've managed to get on with Fire Brigade Union. And I simply don't know how you've done that, because they're a difficult... that's a difficult challenge. And I've got the bruises. I've got the bruises. When we were closing all those fire stations, as you know, that's when I went round every single fire station, and my God, it was difficult. So how you've managed to do that, I don't know. The fact that if I phone you, you pick up the phone. Every single meeting we've ever asked you to attend, you come. And we've even managed to stop you talking too much. So, we've worked well together. Thank you so much for what you've done. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you. Assemblymember Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I know that if Assemblymember Clark was here, she would want to thank you very much, following on from what everyone else has been saying. But I think it's important just to add a couple of extra words. I think Assemblymember Hall and I might be the only people around the table who've been on the Fire Committee for the whole time that we've been on the Assembly and its precursor various bodies, LFIPA and FREP. It's had a series of really great acronyms, I do feel. But one of the great privileges from serving on the Fire Committee is we get invited to the 20, 30, 40 and even 50-year awards to people who've served for a long time. And it's been great watching you handing out the awards to the staff, your camaraderie with the staff, the leadership that you've shown for the staff. And I think Assemblymember Hall has just alluded to some of that. And Assemblymember Duval is quite right. You did come into the fire service as the Commissioner at a really difficult time post-Grenfell. But of course, what you probably won't know, or maybe you do, is the bets that the staff take on how soon it will be before you mention the word refreshments. And I think it's great that the staff both respect, admire and obviously have huge regard for you, but also they don't hold you to be above yourself in that way. So I think that might be the clue to how the relationship with the FBU has worked out so well. So thank you so much for leading the Fire Brigade out of a really difficult place, getting it out of special measures and doing it all with style, grace and also some humour. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to save your embarrassment, I won't carry on a call for any more names. But I will now ask the first lead-off question, and that is to the Deputy Mayor, and then I will come to yourself, Commissioner. Deputy Mayor, what are the key priorities for the London Fire Brigade this year?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to you and all the Assembly members for inviting myself and the Commissioner here today, and particularly gives us an opportunity to tackle your very first question, talk about the priorities for the Fire Brigade in the coming year. I think it's important to take a moment just to sort of reflect back on the past year, which is inevitably helping set the priorities ahead of us. As many members this morning have alluded to, there's been huge progress made over many key areas in the past year. Significantly, the Brigade is now the only organisation to have addressed all the recommendations aimed at it by the Grenfell Inquiry Phase 1 report. And I know that both myself and the Commissioner and his whole team are looking ahead to the UK government's publication of its response to the Phase 2 report, and understanding how we can all work together to take forward the Phase 2 recommendations. And a key milestone in 2024, of course, was the Inspectorate of Constabulary's report, its Round 3 report into the brigade. And that, and I'm sure everyone has seen it, and you'll all agree that it showed enormous progress across areas which only, a year and a half ago were matters of huge concern to the Inspectorate and to anyone concerned about fire services in London. And that report, the latest report, has showed huge improvement. Things like understanding risk and other emergencies through the CRMP. And crucially, the brigade, as has been mentioned already, is no longer in the engage process under the inspectorate. It didn't just sort of scrape out of the abyss of where it was. I think it's fair to say it leapt out in the difference between the previous inspection and the most recent one. Of course, the inspection report has also laid out areas where there's still more to do, which speaks directly to your question about priorities ahead. Culture change obviously continues to remain a priority. It's absolutely essential that diversity and inclusion and learning and development are absolutely prioritised over the coming year. And of course, the professional standards unit as well, having that establish itself and really establish itself in the mind of all the staff as a reliable and credible place to take their concerns. That will be a priority. I mean, without a doubt, I think the year ahead is going to be shaped by the increased activity, or should I say not, of the building safety regulator. And that's going to have a crucial impact on a lot of the work that the brigade does, and it will shape that work. It's the BSR situation continues to demand really significant resources from the LFB. The intention of the LFB, obviously, I welcome. The Commissioner welcomes. We want to work with the government to make it work. But it's essential that we and the UK government work together to help speed up the implementation of its, improve its ability to respond where it's needed, as well as also the focus it has on remediation as well, and actually achieve the outcomes we want to see there. So that inevitably that's going to come down to resourcing. And the government resourcing of the building safety regulator to make that effective. I think it's really important, I think, as we go forward, is considering the emerging risk landscape in London. It's only ever going to become more challenging, and also new innovations which aid us in some ways prove challenging in others. Obvious example of technologies, electrical products, the whole kind of lithium-ion battery situation. Also, Assemblymember Russell has mentioned the climate threat as well, and extreme weather events that have challenged the brigade in recent years, and in the built environment sector, the rise of new products, whether they're regulated and tested and thought to be safe, or also the dangers of unregulated products as well, will continue to be a challenge and at the forefront of the brigade's thinking about what they have ahead of them. The brigade's shown that with sufficient investment and prioritisation, enormous improvements can be achieved, and Andy has taken those improvements forward to an incredible degree. I just want to finish up by just adding my thanks to Andy. The distance travelled in recent years in the brigade, and the leadership that you have shown, and despite the fact that the brigade is historically a sort of based on a kind of military rules, and obviously you have to show leadership, and inevitably that invokes some sort of command and control leadership of an organisation. Despite all that, you have, as Assembly members have said, taken it forward in a way that shows camaraderie and taken people with you. It's really been true leadership, not sort of ordership. So that's what you've achieved is absolutely remarkable, and I think you know, the HMI report is an absolute testament to that leadership and absolutely, you know, the finest delivery in public service, I think. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner, if you'd like to also answer the question about the key priorities for the London Fire Brigade this year.
I mean, I think I'd identify 3 areas to sort of keep it simple. I would start with a built environment. I think we are uniquely placed to understand both the challenge of what has occurred in what I would call legacy building stock, but also to be on the front line in terms of what not enough housing looks like, because we regularly respond, obviously in our response business, to houses and flats that are poorly maintained, dangerous, where there's too many people living in them, and our crews out there day in, day out, you know, responding to those 210,000 plus calls a year, encounter the terrible consequences of that. So I think both taking our important role in how we make those buildings that currently stand safer, but also support through new regulation, the construction of the right number of new houses, but in a safe way, is probably my top priority, actually. If I was to be asked if I had one priority, it would be that. Because I think if we crack that, if we crack the housing piece in London, it will make the job of my frontline firefighters easier and safer. And obviously there's a great societal benefit to that. And we will do something really meaningful to be part of that. So that would be my first priority. I think my second priority, recognising that we await the imminent announcement of the government's response to the Grenfell Tower inquiry phase 2 recommendations, is that we can never let ourselves complacently slip back to an environment that of course led to the failures most kind of obvious within that inquiry report, of which we were part of. And I think sometimes decline in big organisations, if you're complacent enough to think that change isn't continuous, can be slow and hard to notice when it begins. So I would ward against that. So my second priority would be around the continued investment in staff, actually training. And whilst, like all of the functional bodies in the Greater London Assembly and most public sector organisations, we are facing financial challenge, we are very clear, as is the Mayor, that we have ring-fenced both the front line, our regulatory business, and continued investment into training and education, because we will need to in the context of that increasing complexity and risk, whether by way of climate, whether by way of electric vehicles, the increasingly high-rise nature of this city. And then the final area I'll focus on as a priority, because it's written in the report, is as much as I welcome the last inspection report, and I welcome that it's a clear, objective, external kind of analysis of the enormous amount of change that thousands of firefighters and support staff have delivered in London, there's still more to do, isn't there? So if we look at the ratings we got set against our support to culture and people, yes, we have improved vastly, but the benchmark was low to begin with, and now we're in a place I would consider to be basically good, and we need to do a lot better, because I think sometimes big uniformed organisations get caught up in a more exotic external debate around culture. Actually, in the London Fire Brigade, culture is really simple. Culture is 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, faced with incredible pressure. You trust your team, they trust you, and you're going to take the right decision. That's actually culture. That's the culture of leadership and the culture of the team. So you don't separate culture from safety in our job. And that's always been our message to our staff, is ignore the debate outside. You all have to come to work correct, because if you don't, in the end, someone's going to pay in the most terrible way. So those would be my 3 areas of priority. It's written large in both the CRMP and in the detailed plans that we have laid before us to carry on delivering against those areas.
Thank you. The first supplementary question is from Assembly Member Hall.
Okay. Good morning, both. Andy, you know I often get phone calls from firefighters, which has been the bane of your life at times. One of the things that is constantly brought up as a concern is the actual fitness of firefighters. As you know, years gone by, they used to keep fit by putting out all the fires. Well, thank God that is not the situation anymore. We've dumbed down what they have to do in order to get in, as in they don't have to put somebody over their shoulders anymore and run a distance. How are you, or are you convinced that they are all in a good fitness level to be running up and down stairs?
So I think I'd answer this by going back again to what I inherited. So at the point I took over the London Fire Brigade, I'd actually, as an assistant commissioner, brought back fitness testing. So, and this is quite extraordinary. So I'm talking about a year before I took over, I finally managed to get past as a decision within the context of the previous kind of leadership, a decision to bring back yearly fitness testing, which had only just started at the point I took over, which I found to be extraordinary. So I joined the London Fire Brigade from the military. At the point I joined, the entry tests were extremely stringent, but then we didn't test you. Yeah. So even if you were fit when you joined, it was in your imagination 18 years later whether or not you were still fit.
Yeah. That's
so
where I am.
Actually, that was a priority for me to do that. So we did bring it back. There were some challenges in COVID in terms of safe mass testing, but it's been the case that for the past 5 years we have gone back again to a regime we never should have deviated from, which is annual rigorous fitness testing set against national standards. I think the concern that colleagues would have expressed to you isn't completely misplaced. I think there was a period of time in the London Fire Brigade and nationally where the standards for physical entry were reduced inappropriately, but I'm confident that they're at a place now, you know, and I was watching the fitness testing of our new recruits not long ago. They're back at a place that set an appropriate and actually challenging level for entry point of fitness. To give you an example, you know, policing colleagues, if you take the multi-stage fitness test, the bleep run, have to achieve, I believe, a level of fitness on entry that equates to about 5.1, 5.2. As a London firefighter, you're going to have to get at least 8.4 and beyond, and by the end of training, we want you to exceed that. There are a number of really quite testing strength tests that relate to the use of equipment, so you'll have to raise about 40 kilos above your head as a minimum. And my experience is that whether man or woman, the people we have entering the service generally, and it's always been this way, are fit. Our challenge has been maintaining that through their career. What we're finding through fitness testing, and again we will be transparent in these results, is that about 10% of the workforce aren't fit enough. And we have a very clear programme of both rehabilitation, depending what scale of non-fitness you're in, to get you back to operating fitness, ultimately with the sanction that if you don't meet those standards, you may not be able to continue serving in an operational role. So I think actually it's one of the very small bits of significant change we've brought forward, but it will, you know, again, take time to make sure that that cultural change, that acceptance that this is part of it, is bedded in.
So thank you for that, because it's something I've brought up over the years. You've certainly been here. But if you consider how tall our buildings are getting, certainly in central London, and if the fire lift isn't working in those areas and you've got a fire right at the top, how do you think that the firefighters can get up there? I mean, we're talking about very multi-stories.
Yeah, so we're the only service actually that's really looked at this in detail, because as you might imagine, post-Grenfell we're extremely motivated to. We again, at the point I was taking over, we commissioned the largest physiological trials in respect to high-rise firefighting done internationally. So we tested with about, I think it was somewhere in the region of about 500 firefighters. What happens physiologically if you only get to use the stairs? How far are you going to get? And we tested that, going back to your previous question, across the full range of kind of recorded fitness. What we found is that even with the very fittest person, and we're talking sort of top-end military levels of fitness here, because the gentleman who led the independent study through Bath University was a gentleman who'd redesigned airborne soldiering fitness tests, UK special forklift fitness testing, a guy called Professor James Bilson. His view was that once you had got to the 25th floor carrying equipment, before you'd even had to fight a fire, you had created, in his own words, the most toxic internal heat environment he'd seen across even military and other uniform service testing. So actually, we are facing a challenge in London where if people don't maintain their buildings properly, don't maintain their fire lifts properly, we get into a space where even the fittest firefighter is endangering themselves before they even get into the flat to put the fire out, because they're obviously wearing very thick structural PPE, they're wearing breathing apparatus, which is effectively like scuba gear, and then they're walking up 25 floors of stairs carrying equipment. So the answer is, beyond the 25th floor, if you haven't got a working fire lift, we're in a very, very, very difficult operating environment, which is why we go back to that first priority around building safety.
And that's why I brought it up, because I'm aware that this is an issue, and I don't think people are taking it as seriously as perhaps they should, because if you own a building over 25 floors, and there's always a probability that a lift might not work, the fire lift. It really needs to be drummed home just how serious this could be, because I know our firefighters can't go above that. So we've brought it up here again, and all of us ought to be bringing it up wherever we can, because it's a far more serious situation. People just think the firefighters can go running up regardless, without the thoughts of the air cylinders, etc., on their backs. While I've got you, I was unable with the Mayor to get the amount of money that the national insurance increase is going to cost the fire brigade. Do you know that figure?
I think it's in the region. Ooh, bear with me. I'm going to have a look, because I don't remember exactly. But what I do know is that we're engaged in. It's something like 3.4 million or 4.4 million.
Yeah, that sounds where it should be. But is the government actually paying for this? Because I've had problems getting the actual figure. So don't worry, Andy, but please send it to me, because
we will do.
But is the government definitely going to cover that? Because we're talking about vast sums of money here.
So I think the answer to that is that I'm not in a position where I'd want to undermine what is the Mayor's privilege in terms of his final budget kind of analysis and then announcement. But we are in engaged, positive discussion with both central government and colleagues within the Greater London Authority about how both that pressure and some other pressures around pension grant and inflation are met. And I'm actually fairly confident that we'll get the support we need. But again, I wouldn't seek to undermine what is a governance process and a public announcement.
But have you got a backup in case this doesn't happen?
Yes, I think we've done some very, very careful financial planning. And again, I think it speaks to perhaps Assembly Member Garrett's point. I think we've worked very hard over the past few years to put ourselves, regardless of the difficulties, in a kind of more straightforward position than some of the other larger and more complex functional bodies within the GLA. The scale of our kind of financial pressure is different, and we are engaged in positive discussion with colleagues in both central and regional government to make sure that we stick to the Mayor's manifesto commitments around protection of both key services, functions and continued programme of change.
OK, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Following on, really, I think, from where Assembly Member Hall had left off, I was going to ask you what you thought the single biggest challenge for the fire service is going forward, but I think you've narrowed it down to 3 areas, so I'm not going to press you on which one of those is the most challenging. But I guess, really, it comes down to, do you feel that overall that the London Fire Service has enough firefighters and appliances available to meet London's needs? And obviously the appliances have changed. We've got 64-metre ladders, which we didn't have before. We've got drones, which we never had before. But how are you feeling about that?
The answer is yes, but we can't have less, in simple terms. So the answer is yes, because we've got years of evidence that show that when we have the big events, as long as we're kind of recruiting to as close to full establishment as we can meet the needs of London. And obviously we've had some extraordinary events. You know, colleagues have referred to the wildfires, the major flooding, where you had thousands of calls within an afternoon, and, you know, effectively a number of major incidents occurring at the same time. As long as we work to that basic disposition of the LFB as it currently stands, 103 fire stations, including the riverboat, 142 pumping appliances, your 15 aerials, you know, if you include the reserve fleet, and your 14 fire rescue units and all the other specials, we're in the right place. We are still, in many ways, one of the leanest, well, the leanest service in a major global capital city. But I think our modelling and analysis, the fact that we have the best attendance times across a global capital city and the best attendance times overall in the UK, means that it would be disrespectful to come to this committee and say that we haven't got the right resourcing level at this point. But if we go back to the economic challenge, my clearly expressed views to colleagues in government, supported by the Mayor, is that we will need the continued financial support to maintain that, because we're very grateful for the levels of investment that have allowed us to hold that position and bring the investment forward we've had. And I'll speak to that in the context of both the previous government and this government, but it has to be maintained, because otherwise we do start the slow, inexorable decline that we saw in advance of Grenfell, and the end results of that are too terrible to speak of, really.
So you mentioned Grenfell. One of the particular challenges that we have in London is the high quantity, compared to the rest of the country, possibly globally, I don't know about globally, of high-rise buildings. Are you confident that we now have the kit and also the training, possibly the fitness training as well, to deal with this number of high-rise buildings that we have?
I think we have the kit and we have the numbers of people, and we train well against this. But again, going back to my three priorities, training and education has to continue to develop, because as Assembly Member Hall has really, I think, acutely kind of identified, the nature of the buildings are changing. You know, we've got hundreds of buildings that are 30 stories plus residential in London now. We are the highest rise city in Europe, depending on how you quantify it. We will be, really, if you look at the housing targets in London, you cannot predicate those sort of numbers on anything other than medium and high rise because of available land space.
Sure.
So therefore, you know, within kind of relatively short timescales in the lifespan of an organisation like LFB, we're going to be one of the highest rise cities in the world. We're already on the way there. What do I think that means? I think it's that education piece, and it's also about working with colleagues in the Fire Brigades Union, actually, to change the way we approach high-rise firefighting. We're going to have to make use of those lifts in a different way, potentially. We're going to have to think about the risks that firefighters are exposed to responsibly. We're going to have to work with other regulators to understand that. I think that the challenge in those buildings is actually not the kit and the numbers of people, but how we operate in them, the appropriate level of risk we're prepared to expose firefighters to, and, again, a very heavy focus on how they're built. Because if you get a catastrophic fire in a 7-storey building, 6-storey building, as you saw at Dagenham, that's already very difficult to deal with. You get that in a 70-storey building, you're in a different order of danger, risk, and kind of consequence.
So do you think we're doing enough? Do you think the fire brigade is doing enough to engage with the people that are living in these buildings, engage with Londoners generally? I think it was the Deputy Mayor who referred to the lithium-ion battery situation, which I think one of my colleagues will probably raise at some point during the morning. But are we doing enough in terms of making people have regular fire drills who live in these buildings and other fire awareness of the public?
We won't get them to do fire drills because each building is different. And again, and this isn't sort of an evasive answer, the legal responsibility lies with the people who own those buildings. And all the time we take that responsibility away from them, they won't manage it, they won't communicate with their residents in the right way. The flip side of that is we are the only agency, actually, who has visited all those high-rises and continues to do so on a regular, planned, recorded cycle. And obviously we're motivated to do that because when it all goes wrong, as we saw in Dagenham. So if you look at Dagenham, Dagenham's a building we knew about, a building we visited, a building we'd engaged with residents, a building where through appropriate enforcement and pre-enforcement action we'd got them to take the cladding off, still burnt to the ground effectively in, about a quarter of an hour, and where I had young junior officers having to evacuate the building within 30 seconds of turning up. There's not a drill that's going to prepare anyone for that, by the way, to the extent that one officer was standing so close to the building that his T-shirt caught fire above the rim of his fire gear. And we had a young firefighter who'd only been in the service about a month and a half or so, jumping over a security fence that was, as I understand it, with the evidence we've got currently, inappropriately locked, to carry people down off scaffolding that later became a light. So really extreme stuff. So we've got a major interest in visiting those blocks. We do so, but when you've got approximately 9,000 of them in London, you know, we can't be in all the places all the time. And even if we visit it a week before and it's all right, we're reliant on those responsible person, that managing agent, to maintain what we saw at that moment of time. That's the challenge. It's the change in culture in the industry, the change in landlords' culture. And frankly, I think there's a responsibility on us and central government to get the legislation right, so it's simple, understood, the guidance is good, and it's conducted in a way that's proportionate, set against that need for new housing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Fascinating discussion. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, both. Commissioner, I was really struck by Assemblymember Duval's words at the beginning where he said that there's been robust exchanges. And I think we've had some of those in the past, and I think he's right to say that a scrutiny, we're not in your pocket and your only job is to tell us the truth, even if we don't like it. And I think you've always done that, so I thank you for that. I also think there's so much more to do, particularly on culture, but I think you've made it clear enough times that you also agree with that. But I think it's undeniable that the inheritance you took to where it is now is huge progress, and I think you should be really proud of that. So thank you for all your work. I want to move on to climate, and as Assemblymember Russell, my colleague, was talking about, you've always got climate, and I think that's largely because you've come from flood management. But I also know that, speaking to fire officers more generally, they really get climate because they're the ones that have to deal with the consequences of it. We've had these huge fires in LA that have been raging. I'm just wondering what contact you might have had with the LA Fire Department, if any, and what you see as the similarities and differences between a city like London and LA, and what learnings there might be from that.
So we're engaged in a number of places, both through national government, through the Fire Research Trust, that is actually chaired by a guy called Ali Hay, former Chief Officer of Scotland, who sits on our own advisory panel. So we're seeking appropriate routes in. We have, as I understand it, written to our colleagues in LA, but primarily really to offer support at this point, because obviously they're, you know, I think it's fair to say that the learning that will come from that will emerge when they've had time to consider. I don't think I've ever seen a fire, and I'm speaking obviously in the context of Grenfell and our experiences in London. I don't think internationally I've ever seen a situation as manifestly difficult for an urban fire service as we've seen in LA. I think it's striking that you're seeing that in one of the best protected, most developed nations in the world, and actually a very well-resourced, you know, regardless of, you know, the noise you might hear in the press, you know, comparatively internationally, the LA Fire Department is at the cutting edge of technology. It's well-resourced. The challenges they faced have been extraordinary. So the promise is that we will absolutely engage, as we have with other international fire services where there's instances of notes, you know, we have done previously, whether that was the fire in Milan, whether it was the fire out in Valencia, which was more around tall buildings and cladding. We are engaged, but we've got to give them, you know, as you might appreciate, the space to actually make sense of it and recover a bit, I think, because all the limited contact we've had tells us that they were stretched beyond what was reasonable.
Yeah, totally appreciate that. Something I read in the press, and obviously don't believe everything I read in the press, I'm just interested what your take on it is, that one of the problems was about houses being built on that urban-rural interface, and often that's desirable to developers because it means they've got lots of green space, but it meant that the fires spread more quickly and then things were flammable within the houses. How much kind of notice are you taking of that as a fire brigade, and what do you think the answer to that is? Well, it might be a question for Jules too.
I think we were already there, because that's what we saw in Wellington and what we saw in some of the other kind of suburban kind of collections of houses on the rural-urban interface in the wildfires we experienced here, which was where you haven't got some clear space where it's much harder for kind of material to catch fire around the outside of a settlement or individual buildings. You run the very real risk when you've got very, very high temperatures and a period of dry weather to very, very rapid fire spread. So we saw, for example, fire jumping across a dual carriageway at Wellington. We saw a street of houses engulfed within minutes. And it's not lost on me that when you go to Wellington, we took one of the previous Home Secretaries there, those row of houses are directly opposite fields and a hedgerow. With very little distance between them, and that would have been there for, frankly, probably hundreds of years in the context of that settlement. What was also striking, actually, at Wennington was you then went to the church, which, not by design, but just by how it's been developed historically, was surrounded by a very, very large area of gravel and was untouched. And yet everything around it was effectively burnt to the ground. So I think we were already alive to that risk internationally anyway. What we hadn't seen was that phenomenon in London. But it was a very clear warning sign to us. And we do a lot of work now on the rural-urban interface every year as part of the Brigade Borough Risk Management Plan. So I expect all my borough commanders around the kind of rural-urban interface in London, or those that sit alongside very considerable tracts of green space in the centre. So you think about Wanstead Flats, you think about some of the big parks in London. We expect them to be proactive and to get into local authorities, councils, the people who own or manage those spaces, and offer help, whether it's by practical things like helping actually local residents cut back foliage, providing advice to both individual kind of settlements and buildings around giving yourself some clear space, doing that early enough that we're then ready for what is likely to be the peak season for wildfires. So we're already taking that activity. I think where we would want to see some change moving forward is consideration given within planning to how this is actually a real threat now, and that then might be manifest in the design and kind of delivery of certainly mass housing. Because again, if we look at where you might see sites of mass housing developing in London, some of them, for example, in Dagenham, will fall within kind of the areas that might reasonably experience that phenomenon in the worst way, because that is, of course, exactly the area across Dagenham and into Wellington where we saw some of the most challenging fire conditions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, can I bring you in here? Because there's a balance, isn't there? Because I could equally be having a conversation around flooding and the need for people not to gravel their driveways and to make those more sustainable urban drainage. So how do you find the balance on this, and how do you give that advice to people who are making these decisions?
Well, London's, as you know, is ringed by greenbelt, so it always has. However, whatever size the development of the size of London has been over centuries or millennia, you're going to have an edge between urban and rural. Clearly, this has now become a problem because of climate change and 2022 and what we experienced in 2022 with the fires around London. It's highlighted that we have to now pay attention to that interface, and it's the new London plan and the new target from government that is driving, obviously, a need to look again at the perimeter of London and settlements on the edge of London. It gives an opportunity to think about how those are designed. But like probably almost every issue that we face in the London plan, that you do one thing and then there's a counter that makes that perhaps a problem. And you highlighted it there that no one wants to see the whole perimeter of London tarmacked over, and so we've got to find the right balance and policies that can deliver that balance and that level of risk that we're comfortable with.
And are you engaging at all with international examples of maybe where they have got that balance right, or they're a few years ahead maybe?
No, I mean, I'm not personally engaged in international trips talking to people, but obviously the policy staff are engaged on a sort of desk-based approach about what different approaches people are taking in urban construction and creating urban realm.
Thank you. And Zoom and Teams are also available. I wasn't going to be triggered by suggesting more flights. Commissioner, if I can come back to you. Running out of water was also an issue in LA, and I know this is something the London Fire Brigade had in their resilience report. Also, in 2022, there were reports of fire officers having to drink water from hose pipes and things like that because of this issue. What work's being done to avoid that in the future?
So, I mean, we very quickly, after the fires in 2022, brought in actually just even interim procurement of equipment to meet that threat. So for a start, when you're out on that rural-urban interface, the reality is you have much greater distances from hydrant supply, which is what you rely on. So we've now got a contract in place, and in addition to that, repurposed vehicles inside LFB, which provide a Bowser facility, so mass bulk water delivery onto the incident ground. So that's a very obvious practical change. We have gone back to a place where we supply a volume of drinking water actually as part of our what we call operational support unit delivery in respect to that kind of set of deployments. So we've done lots of practical things, everything from sun hats through to kind of changes in the delivery of kit and tactics onto the incident ground. We brought forward a massive suite of training for all our operational staff based on national best practice, from other services that had a lot more experience in open kind of wildfire fighting, places like Northumberland, and delivered a full package around that. So we've radically altered the way we approach this, taking into account the lessons we learned, and obviously we did a full review of those incidents openly in partnership with colleagues from the FBU that we then actually brought the results of into previous committee meetings. So I think we've done a lot around change, but we are looking abroad to learn. We have to be a bit careful because we've got to balance that against, like you said, the other risks around climate or frankly operating in a particular type of environment. So what works in LA might not work on the outskirts of London. We've got to think about that kind of carefully. But in terms of the change you're talking about, we've done that. I actually think this also relates to something that comes out of the phase 2 of the Grenfell Tower inquiry. If you look at actually the responsibility of the big utility firms, the big water suppliers, and it's not just Thames Water, there's a number of those that overlap in London. We have written to them formally to say they need to do better in ensuring that we have sufficient pressure and that they maintain systems of hydrant supply so that we can operate effectively, because that is also a consideration. And we've had the support of the Deputy Mayor and the Mayoralty in doing that. I think that's a question that will get addressed again in the governmental announcements around the Grenfell Phase 2 report, because it's not just in the context of environmental related incidents we need good hydrant supply. You also definitely need it in the context of some of the very large incidents we get in London and smaller incidents daily.
Excellent. I'll avoid the nationalise or water companies conversation because you won't be able to comment on that. I want to ask, I know the unions have been, the union has been very vocal about the need for PPE and appropriate equipment in wildfires. Also, mental health and health around contaminants. What work's being done there?
So we were the first service actually to sign up to the FBU's charter around decon. We think they're in the right place. There's not yet still a full consistent body of international empirical evidence that can draw a straight line between every form of cancer particularly and what firefighters face. And there's other lifestyle factors in that, shift work, kind of what you eat, whether you're a smoker. But it's obvious to us that we want to be on the right side of history with this. If you look at the history of what happened with asbestosis, before proper evidence emerged, there was a lot of kind of investigation from the union at the time, to give them credit, around the dangers it posed to firefighters, and sadly they were proved right. We think this is the same with contamination. There's strong emerging evidence that repeated, even low-level exposure to carcinogens by a variety of methods will in the end give you more of a kind of likelihood of getting cancer related to your occupation. And certainly other big kind of jurisdictions like Australia and Canada and continental America are taking a different approach, although they have slightly different ways of approaching how they protect people on the incident ground, so it's not immediately comparable. So sorry, that is a long answer to basically saying we think the FBU are right. We're working very closely with them to change our processes. We've already radically altered the way we approach decon since I took over as Commissioner. We bag.
Can I pause you there? Sorry, it's my fault, not yours. I'm just not managing my time well. Okay. But thank you very much.
Massively altered, and we agree with them, is the short answer.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Now we come to Assembly Member Turrell, please.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may just add, Andy, of the news of your retirement, that in the short time I've been on the Fire Committee, your pride and passion for the fire service is really showing. It's been good to see how you've used that as a force for change in the organisation. So if I can address my first question to you, which continues on the theme of tall buildings, on the fact that London is going to get considerably taller and look a lot less like a European city and a lot more like an American one. And on that, have you what conversations have you been having with other tall cities across the world, like New York, to learn how they tackle tall building fires?
So we have contacts into all the major urban fire services in the world, from kind of, the fire department in New York through to LA, through to Paris and the other major cities, Singapore, and we regularly communicate. We've got a small dedicated team that does kind of international horizon scanning, who we do send to international conferences, who we do seek to engage with other big services and bring their kind of colleagues over here. So there's a fairly well-developed kind of network of conversation. I do think it's an area that should be improved nationally. It shouldn't fall on one service, although we're very motivated to do that. And it is one of the areas of interest that we want to explore further with both the National Fire Chiefs Council and government. I think we need to do better nationally in that space. Again, it speaks to one of the recommendations that arises from phase 2 of the inquiry. I think it could be better invested in some sort of national body around fire research, and better supported from within national government, and we would be very happy to support that as the largest, UK service. We do it. I would much rather see it framed kind of nationally within a different governance structure.
Thank you for that. Are there any procedural changes or policy changes that we should expect to see coming down the way as a result of these conversations at this stage, or is it still too early to say?
I think it's too early to say, but what we are doing is heavily engaging, particularly with colleagues in the Fire Brigades Union, about what that might look like. And the reason for doing that actually isn't because, no disrespect to them, the Fire Brigades Union are the arbitrator of what happens there, but this is a particularly difficult area because, in full respect to them, they are a formal partner under health and safety legislation in any changes we make, and we are on the very edge of what is acceptable in terms of risk to human beings, putting it frankly, when we operate in those spaces. So actually, our experience at the Fire Brigades Union is, whilst the conversations can be very challenging, we kind of value their role because they act as a conscience in terms of how far we might stretch that. So the negotiations and discussion that's happening at the moment with informal health and safety structures are both necessary, legally required, but will result in change. Because I'm clear, from my position as Commissioner, that whilst we've changed immensely our high-rise operating procedures, Dagenham, New Providence, Wolf, with the support of the FBU actually, are examples of that. It's going to have to change again, because when you've got a London plan that speaks to 2 staircases, speaks to the necessary addition of evacuation lifts, speaks to complex fire engineering in very tall buildings, we have to adjust with it. And when you go to colleagues in Chicago, New York, and actually the union, interestingly, went themselves out to New York recently to look at what New York firefighters do there and came back with some observations. We are going to have to change because they do operate differently in those buildings, and we have something to learn from there.
Thank you for that. And switching over to you now, Jules. Obviously, the government has relaxed building regulations around Greenbelt. How are you, from a strategic point of view, looking and preparing for a London that moves further out urbanly? And are you having conversations with councils about potential for new fire stations further out?
The answer to the last question is no, and I don't believe that there would be a growth to that would necessitate that degree of increase in provision. However, though, obviously the brigade does always keep an assessment of its response times, and so obviously it would always be kept under review. And on the first part, there is obviously a review, a London-wide review being undertaken. All authorities are going to be required to undertake that review. Some have effectively delegated upwards the review to the GLA to do a London-wide strategic review. Regardless of whether it's done locally, the GLA will have a whole London-wide perspective of any Greenbelt reviews and proposals.
Thank you. Now, a more specific on the Bellingham Square development in Penge within my constituency was approved by the council last March and then came through your office just before Christmas. Residents and the fire brigade have concerns about this development because it was originally higher than the need for a second staircase, and the developers have bought it just 30 centimetres below that requirement, Do you share the concerns of residents and the fire brigades about the fire regulations in this building?
Well, I share any residents' concerns if they have them about safety in their building. But on this particular issue, I have no evidence to show that it was brought down solely to be below 18 metres. And also, the fact that it is below 18 metres, a line is drawn. So there is no ability for us legally, or anyone legally, to say that the two-staircase rule applies in that instance. What I would say, though, is that those developments that were brought forward under the old rules and have come forward with only one staircase, some of them in excess of 18 metres, but around that height, they are finding great difficulty in selling, and particularly if it's affordable housing, to find RSLs willing to take them on. So I think that's given developers far more food for thought than what the actual height is.
Thank you. I think your answer actually demonstrates the point that you say that a line is drawn, and it doesn't matter how short or whatnot you can come, you still have to, that's where the second staircase is, or needed or not needed. So I suppose my question off the back of that is, are you concerned or do you believe that these planning regulations are robust enough, especially if London is getting taller, that we might see more circumstances like this where people get as close to, or developers get as close to the line as they can without needing a second staircase?
Well, I think the situation has to be kept under review constantly. Andy has referenced the fact that we always have to be kind of learning and adapting in the way that we approach these things. The London plan both goes further than it should and doesn't go far enough. I say that because it's not really the province of planning, and shouldn't be the province of planning and the London plan to be talking about fire and fire regs in the way that it does. It should be building control. We should have a robust building regulations in this country, and they should be firmly applied. And I think it's a fault that goes over multiple governments of multiple parties. It's not a political point, for decades that have failed to get building control right and building regs right. And that's where the mayor ended up stepping into the space with issues about requiring plans to come forward that address the kind of issues that we're talking about, to add the fire evacuation lift. But I think we will have succeeded when the London plan doesn't actually talk about fire anymore and actually leaves it to the responsible authorities and the proper regulations where this should be taken forward.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was finished, but I think Andy wanted to come in.
It was just to emphasise Jules' point. The London plan fills a gap that should actually be filled by national building regulation. We've made that point strongly into national government. And we've got an opportunity as a country, in the context of the Phase 2 announcements that are coming, to address that. So the key document is something called Approved Document B, which sets the standard in respect to kind of the built environment around equity of evacuation, the provision of robust supporting guidance, etc., etc. We need to get that right. We've got an opportunity here, and I would urge, all parties, and I include myself in that, to kind of make efforts to keep guidance straightforward, clear, but robust, and have it at a national level, because then I think the planning system's got half a chance of enabling the construction of kind of safe buildings.
And I think, just to add, that I think really it's a mosaic of things that need to be in place, as well as building regs. There needs to be sort of strong national bodies overseeing, such as an effective building safety regulator, them having the resources to be able to do things quickly and effectively. Plus, we need, a national fire college as well for, again, to be able to, train best the fire and rescue services to be aware of those regs and also be able to comment on their shortcomings and to be able to engage with national bodies. And also, finally, a proper building research establishment that's national, that actually can test things honestly in a way that did not happen for Grenfell, disgustingly, the tricks that were pulled to get things through tests. We need an absolutely accountable, honest, national testing body for building materials.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani, please.
Thank you, Chair. On Sunday, the 12th of January, a fire broke out from a studio flat on the ground floor of a three-storey building in Wembley Park, from which 21 people escaped and one needed treatment for smoke inhalation. The fire brigade attributed the cause of the fire to an overloaded extension lead. So my question is to you, the Commissioner, what is the London Fire Brigade doing to highlight the dangers of overloading electric sockets?
I'm in a continuous sort of engagement with Londoners, so it forms an integral. So electrical safety is an integral part of our community safety message. It's embodied in leaflets, it's embodied in online advice, it's embodied in the conversations that firefighters have when they go into dwellings on a daily basis frequently and see overloaded sockets. So I know that sounds really basic, but actually, I mean, I've been a firefighter. I can't tell you how many times I've gone in a flat and said, oh, look, I really don't think you should be plugging it into that in that way. And you're creating yourself a real risk, reminding people of basic things like don't leave your phone chargers plugged in. Be careful where you buy your electrical equipment from. But recognising that actually poor Londoners sometimes don't have those choices, and actually working with them to understand how they make themselves safer within the constraints of their available finance. So I think really this all comes down to our corporate communication through kind of the website, through the materials we push out, our leaderships around national campaigns. We've always led on the big national campaigns, whether it was around white goods, whether it was around charge safe, general electrical safety. Like everything else, we just have to make sure we don't drift from that. We don't get complacent. We recognise the new risks as they come. But that one's been baked into our community safety advice for as long as I can remember, from when I joined as a firefighter.
Yeah, and just in terms of campaign, so in this particular case, the fire alarm also wasn't working. So can you ensure that that's also part of publicity campaigns going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're very, very clear about the need to have an operating smoke alarm. And we're also equally clear within the context of when we visit and assure ourselves in big commercial premises and residential premises that fall within that purview, why it's the responsibility of the person who owns or manages that building to have an operating fire alarm potentially in the common areas, depending on what sort of building that is. So I think, again, we do that fairly well. The challenge in London is obviously the scale of the built environment, the millions of residents, and how you use every single channel available to get those messages out and doing it in a simple way.
And another issue, I mean, as technology moves on, there's always new ways that fires can start as well from new items. And one of those areas is lithium-ion batteries. So how would you categorise the extent of the issue in London in terms of the problems of fires caused by lithium-ion batteries in e-bikes and e-scooters, which increasingly people are purchasing?
So I think this is an extraordinary risk as it goes, which is why we initiated and then led on a national charge safe campaign. And this isn't about kind of diminishing the need for environmentally sound mobility, whether by car, by bus, by scooter, actually, micro-mobility, whatever you would like to characterise it as. Because obviously, going back to my Assembly Member Polanski's questions, we are equally the agency, the organisation that's on the other end of when climate goes wrong. So we've got an interest in actually this safe use of this technology coming forward to mitigate the impact of other risks. But there is a challenge around this. It is not yet properly regulated in terms of the standards of production. With the proliferation of online shopping, it's actually, let's be honest, very difficult to regulate and ensure safety standards. So this is one we think about all the time because, again, speaking to our desire to learn from international experience, if you look at major fires in Philadelphia and New York, where there's been very considerable loss of life, above 10 people due to a fire starting in this way, and now, and you'll have seen it on YouTube, you'll have seen the footage we put out, an increasing number of fires in London, the same, but luckily not with the same scale of loss of life, but certainly still tragic loss of life. We've seen that, sadly, in London now. This is right up the top end of the risks we think about. And it's also a risk on a scale, so it's not just about scooters. So, yes, it is about your kind of delivery rider who is using equipment heavily, who lives in crowded accommodation, has to store their scooter to prevent it getting stolen, potentially in the corridor, right up to the fact that by 2030, I think there's a rightful expectation, by the way, I think this is a good target to have, all London buses will be electrified. So where you park them and store them and how you maintain them is equally of interest to us, as is domestic energy storage, because again, many houses in London have solar energy storage. That's great. That's good news, isn't it, in terms of kind of the impact on the environment. And there is now available kind of technology to make sure that that stored energy is best used. Again, that's great news, but when you put a large lithium-ion battery inside a house, we do have an interest in that and how that technology is made, maintained, and the standards around it. And we're still not there yet as a country, really, in terms of getting a grip of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Lord Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to continue this conversation about lithium batteries, I'm going to start with the buses because they'll eventually have an enormous battery on them. Do we have the ability to put them out? And also, lithium-ion batteries are not the only way to power vehicles. Has the fire brigade looked at different forms of chemical to power these buses that might be a lower fire risk?
So, I mean, obviously, this definitely isn't my area of responsibility, how our buses get powered, but we have got a real interest in a different technology. I'll be blunt. Hydrogen fills us with similar concerns because that can equally go wrong in the context of risk and fire. So, to be fair, any major mechanical function carries risk, whether by petrol, diesel, whatever. You look at a fire at Luton Airport, that's not electric cars, that's just good old-fashioned diesel and petrol really creating a very, very serious fire. So I actually haven't got a problem with any of the technologies. It's all about how you manage it and then building environments where it's stored and used that are appropriate and safe. I think credits to TfL, this is right up the top of their list of priorities. I talk about this directly with Andy Lord. He's very, very engaged about this because he's got the responsibility of bringing that fleet of buses into use safely. They are equally engaged to thinking about other forms of technology. He's thinking about hydrogen as well, and they've already got some of those buses. Our interest, the two of us, is how you, and he genuinely does share that interest to his credit, is how do you store and maintain them safely in London? Because again, if you think about available space and the size of the fleet, some of it probably will have to be in kind of basement car parks. That's okay. You can hear from me now as London Fire Commissioner, that's okay. But you need to make sure the walls are thick enough and there's enough space around each bus and that there's enough fixed installation, i.e. sprinklers, drenchers, fire curtains, to keep it safe. And that will be more expensive to build, but it'll be a lot cheaper than it going wrong. And in terms of putting them out, no, there is no simple solution to putting them out. You can, but it's difficult, it's dangerous, and it takes time. And actually, there isn't a service internationally that's effectively found a solution to that. There's suggestions and there's some experimentation and research, but frankly, the technology has moved at a greater pace than the firefighting technology. So the answer is no. Those are difficult to put out and they're dangerous. So therefore, it becomes more like the sort of incident we attend where you have to contain and make sure the public aren't within an area where they're going to be exposed to that hazard. That would be our general approach at the moment, and then we get about the difficult business of trying to put them out.
I see where you're coming from, and I don't expect you to have a problem with any particular technology because it all burns, unfortunately. But the chemical makeup of a battery presents a different challenge for a firefighter, and it would be maybe TfL, because they're effectively the people who be buying the buses, need to look at what they're buying, because currently putting out a large bus fire would be a colossal challenge, and also would give us a huge chemical fog, which is the other piece that needs to be looked at as well. And in your deliberations with TfL, it'd be great to just say to them, look at the different chemical makeups of battery. Is there one that's easier for us to handle?
To be fair, they're fully engaged with that. So to give TfL credit, they are fully engaged with that in terms of thinking about the different forms of technology and the risk. We've had detailed discussions down to the level of actually, because we have had electric bus fire in London, it comes down to, do you shroud the battery? Do you put it inside a metal box? How do you protect the components that might involve that battery? Because your number one kind of mitigation is to basically build the battery into structure in such a way that it's contained, and regardless of how a fire starts, you don't get the battery involved in quite the same way. So I think we're thinking about it in a very, very engaged way, knowing the size of the fleet that's coming to London.
Okay. And just to go back to the challenge around home charging, because one of the challenges, of course, is people retrofitting their own cycle, and there's no, as you pointed out earlier on, there's no standards around that and all the rest of that. Do you think it's something we could and should pursue in legislation?
Yes, but that's already happening again, you know, and to be fair, this started prior to the current government, but has been picked up by the current government. So we're in very engaged kind of active discussion with the Office of Product Safety, and a lot of work's already been done to kind of set an appropriate form of standard around it. It's just not complete yet, as I understand it, but there has been a lot of work there, and I think, to be fair, there's cross-party understanding that this is important technology that has got a very important and critical use in the kind of forward movement of technology in society, but it is going to need to be regulated in a different way. We're not seeing any pushback there. It's more about how do you do this when the technology is so widely used across everything from transport to housing to kind of mass infrastructure, and where you therefore need to capture the detail of that legislation, because it won't fall just within one regulatory system. I think that's the challenge, actually, is to understand where it falls and where the risk of it is in all aspects.
And my final question would be the scale of battery-powered fires, for want of a better term. Is it a small part of your business, or are you responding to a significant amount of sort of?
No, we're responding to a significant amount of business. I'm just seeing actually within my notes whether I've actually got the detailed stats. We can write to you with the stats. But they're rapidly increasing. So we've gone from a very rare occurrence sort of a few years ago to now daily, weekly occurrence.
Okay. And when you say, are we talking sort of car-sized batteries or pedal bike-sized batteries?
It's more focused on micromobility, because you can obviously buy conversion kits. Actually, if you're riding a scooter all day long as part of your kind of delivery job, you're bashing it about, it's closer to the ground, you're more likely to damage the battery. So the majority of the fires we see are in that micro-mobility space, because they're easier to sell and distribute, manufactured poorly through Amazon, etc. They're used more heavily, they can be stored in crowded environments, and the charging facilities for them, again, are less robust. Actually, we see far less kind of electric vehicles in terms of car size and above involved, because they tend to be manufactured better, they tend to be more robust, but obviously looking ahead to problems that might come, rather than doing perhaps what the fire service has done in the past, which is only look at the problem they've got, you can see that as EV cars age and as buses age, we are going to have an interest, same as when buildings age, in how the fabric of a particular technology is maintained and what happens as it gets older.
Okay, thank you. Chair?
Thank you. Members, unless Assembly Member Lord Bailey's joined the Labour group without telling anyone, we know that the timings were wrong, and they're now being adjusted. So
Is there news on this?
There is no news. So the timings will be adjusted. So can we now move on to the next question? Is Assembly Member Baker, please?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, apologies, Assembly Member Bailey. It wasn't because we were that excited about what you were saying. The consternation over here was as our time ticked down while you were speaking. Apologies. So, Commissioner, I wanted to ask you about updates on progress around the culture review, specifically the most recent inspection report in November 2024, where some key areas, obviously there was lots in it that was acknowledging a huge amount of progress, but what I thought was interesting is that areas covering culture and covering fairness still were sort of in the adequate area, and there were a number of areas that that were still considered needing improvement, not needing improvement, adequate. And they, to me, seem to touch very much on staff confidence in procedures. So to extent the sort of report was saying, you've done a lot on paper, this all looks good, but it's not necessarily filtering through. Would you recognise my characterisation of that? What would you like to say about what now needs to be done to sort of get that through the brigade?
I think I'd go back to where I started, which is we went from a place that was unacceptable to me as a uniformed service. So, you know, where I would start is if you, as I did that night, saw hundreds of firefighters put themselves at unbelievable risk at Grenfell, I mean, unbelievable, you know, that's the best of our service. Regardless of the institutional issues that terrible tragedy exposed, the failure of us as an institution. But in terms of raw courage and the kind of that moral leadership and public service that our people embody at their very best, the reports we had around how then people were treated by their colleagues were just unacceptable to me. So if that's your starting point, where you've got this unbelievable public service, but we also know at the same time there is frankly appalling bullying and misogyny and racism, that was our starting point. What you see in that report is that we have put a hard stop to that, I think, which is we have set very, very clear but simple expectations about turning up to work correct, that we have in the form of the Professional Standards Unit, a dedicated body that holds people to those standards and sanctions where necessary. But I would say that is good in the most basic sense. So what we've done is gone from a place which I didn't find acceptable to a place that I think is at the base level of what a big uniform service should be at. And that's really what the report says. It recognises the enormous distance travelled, but more to do. And I've said repeatedly to committees in this space, anyone in this position who sits in front of you and other Assembly members and says, yeah, we fixed our culture, is actually just not accurately reflecting reality, which is culture is a continuously developing environment set in relation to how society is changing, and uniformed services sometimes find it difficult to keep pace with society. So anyone in my position who's complacent enough to say it's done is simply not telling the truth. So from my point of view, I thank the thousands of firefighters, officers and support staff who recognise the need to change our own organisation, have started to call out poor behaviour where it lies, and feed positively into those systems. But I recognise that where a culture has manifested itself because of, frankly, a long period of neglect, to build confidence in it, we're going to have to do more than 1 or 2 years of consistent delivery. That will have to be baked into the long term. So I welcome the report. I think it's an accurate reflection of where we are. You know, good recognition of hard miles done, praise for the thousands of staff who delivered that, but an absolute warning not to be complacent and to recognise that more must be done, because there were still significant numbers of people who, you know, don't get the experience I need them to have inside the London Fire Brigade.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree with you that things like culture take longer than a couple of years to change. You know, I wouldn't expect that all to be, and I would expect it to take time to filter out to every member of staff and have that confidence. I suppose I'm looking at wondering, are there specific areas that you think need to be focused on to make sure that culture filters through? Particularly, I'd like to ask you because some of areas of leadership were identified as requiring improvement. Some of the sort of performance development and leadership development. Is that an aspect that once you crack that will more effectively make sure the culture is being
I think we're a long way forward from where we were. So again, you know, one of the hardest questions I had to answer when I was in the public inquiry in the first round as an assistant commissioner, you know, and hearing myself make the answer, you just knew it told a story of the service as it then was back in 2018 was, you know, Mr. Rowe, you came and took over the Grenfell Tower fire at 2:20 in the morning. You know, before we get to questions of that detail, when was the last time you had face-to-face leadership training? And my answer at that point in the inquiry was 15 years before as a leading firefighter, the most junior rank of officer. We've delivered in London Fire Brigade the biggest face-to-face leadership and engagement programme in the history of the service. Full stop. But again, it was a basic start because you're going from a starting point in 2020 of no face-to-face leadership training to now a very considerable and expensive face-to-face leadership training programme, which is good, but is basic because we've got to get around thousands of staff. The next evolution of that is to take it from that basic level of understanding and instruction to a more sophisticated approach to leadership training. And we're just finishing the review of our current packages, you know, which are formal packages of face-to-face training, to adapt and evolve them in the context of both national and local learning. So the answer is that has to carry on. It's one of the areas ring-fenced within the budget. We volunteered ourselves to the inspectorate, because I do believe in transparency, that until we'd done that, it would really just be window dressing to pretend that we did appraisal properly, that we had a proper system of talent management. And at the point of inspection, it would have been wrong to say we had. So I think the next big challenge is making sure we take all of the leadership investment we've made, which we definitely see both in the kind of responses in our latest people survey. We can see the positive change upwards, the levels of engagement. We can see it in the engagement we have with colleagues on fire stations. So we know it's making a difference, it's positive. The next stage of this is to build a proper organisational talent management system, which is underway, and then make sure that that opportunity is fairly systemised so that the best available talent, regardless of who you are the people who come through. So we know that's the next big challenge. That's an area of needed further change. It's the one area that requires improvement when you read the inspection result. We agree with that. And we were honest with the inspectorate. We told them that ourselves, that we had done all the other stuff because we couldn't run before we walked, really.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, and thank you. Sounds positive, and I agree with the approach. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chair. Andy, I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the people of Havering and Redbridge, but particularly Havering, for all that your people did do during the Wellington fire. You know, you saved a lot of property and a lot of lives, so thank you. I was going to ask a question about, do we feel that you are, or do you feel you're adequately equipped to deal with fires like the one we had in Wellington? But you pretty much answered that to my colleague's question. But if you want to add to that, feel free. Do you think? But my question would be: is there anything proactive that you think you could do in that situation, or to alleviate that situation?
I think actually it's in a lot of the basic actions I've already spoken to, which is proactive contact with communities, recognising that we've got a job to do that might stretch beyond the boundaries of what's written in our statutory duties. So actually get out there and offer practical help to, you know, elderly residents to cut vegetation back. Make sure that you're going out early in spring to tell people that, you know, particularly if you've got a forecast very hot summer, what they might do to keep their houses and premises safe. And I know we're doing that, but we do check whether we're doing that. So very basic information. In terms of equipment, the only thing I hadn't mentioned actually is that we do I think need a different generation of protective equipment for firefighters. Obviously, we're a big public sector body, there's procurement rules to follow, but we are actively engaged in the next round of PPE procurement to ensure that colleagues get lightweight, carcinogen blocking layers. So it'll be a more layered approach to PPE so that we can protect them without kind of overheating them in those situations. So that's coming. And also to note that we have now procured wildfire fighting vehicles that we bring into operation for the season as well. So small four-wheel drives with pressurised water misting systems on the back of them. So I think we've gone as far as we would want to in that space, but willing to learn more. And again, speaking to previous answers, looking abroad to see what else we can learn, because undoubtedly we'll be learning coming from those spaces.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, your predecessor, Fiona, was very much on this one. I know the local authority have had a number of meetings with her on site and also in the borough, and she really did get a grip on this. Can we be assured that you, or because now the sort of responsibility is split between you and another Deputy Mayor, can we be assured that you will have the same level of, or keep the same level of interest in this issue?
Yeah, I'm happy to give that assurance.
Very kind of you. Andy, it hasn't really hit the news yet, but I'm quite concerned, I don't know if you are, about the issue of the Tri-Fire, which is the organisation that were giving out fire certificates for tall buildings. That's been sanctioned by the Home England, and that's not sanctioned in the good way, it's sanctioned in the bad way. So technically, what I'm being told, and I'll use the word allegedly because it is quite new, but allegedly there could be a whole number of tall buildings in London that don't actually have a bona fide fire certificate because of the way they were issued. The checks weren't done correctly. One, are you aware of that? Probably are. Two, are you concerned about that? Three, what actions do you feel you need to take?
So we're already taking action in this space. We're actively engaged with colleagues in MHCLG to understand the scale of the problem, and that's not, you know, I couldn't appropriately give details into this because there may well be some sort of legal consequence anyway around this. But we are actively engaged. We are aware, certainly, of the early kind of analysis of the scale of the problem, and we share your concerns along with anyone else who operates responsibly in this environment around what is clearly an unacceptable set of behaviours and lack of expertise in analysing buildings that have wall cladding systems, because it was in that space that obviously the kind of deficiencies have been identified. So I think what I would say is it is important to recognise Tri-Fire as a single issue of concern that we're actively engaged in. But what it really speaks to is the warning laid bare in the inquiry report about the lack of regulation of fire engineers, the lack of a proper national competency framework for fire risk assessors. And I would argue that you may well want to consider them within a form of regulation. And a question about the kind of sustainability of the current approach to building inspection full stop. So once you go past, because dangers don't just lurk in fire, they lurk in construction. If you think about RAC, if you think about concrete panel systems, modular buildings, really it's the whole assessment and inspection industry. The inquiry report identifies, and Jules has spoken to this earlier, to the lack of depth, education, and really proper regulation of standards in those spaces. So I think it speaks to a much wider concern, which I know the government are aware of, and I know the previous government was struggling with as well, that if we are going to honour the Phase 2 inquiry report, we are going to have to get a grip of it together.
Yeah, thank you. Coming to you, Jules, I agreed a lot about what you said around building regulations, but this obviously shows a real problem. Do you know what the Mayor is doing about this? We're talking about hundreds, maybe into the thousands of buildings that don't have a fully bona fide fire certificate right now. Do you know what the Mayor's doing about that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is being taken forward by the Mayor and Tom Copley, who's obviously Deputy Mayor for Housing, but covers off building safety. And we're pressing the government on this across all the, I don't want to take up your time and repeat all the things I've said, but all those areas where we think there are shortcomings and where these cases are now arising of where things have been done inadequately in the past.
Thank you. Thank you.
Assembly Member McCartney, please.
Thank you. My initial questions to the Commissioner, and can I again thank you for your leadership over the last few years and echo everything that everybody has said. I want to pick up about the changing risk with regards to climate change, and we've talked about that already this morning, and you said currently you're satisfied with the level of resourcing that you have, but you know that risk is going to increase in the next few decades. So over the next 40 to 50 years, we're expecting summers to increase in temperature by 6% and become 60% drier. So looking ahead to that medium and long term, where do you see the need for resourcing the fire brigade to go, and will it change significantly?
So, I mean, the first thing I say actually is I need to recognise the investment we got from the Mayor and the GLA to make the changes we've already talked about, because they were significant. 8,000 litre water bowsers, wildfire support officers, the investment into the procurement of future wildfire PPE, which has been made and signed off, kind of hose-based systems to create water curtains at an incident, off-the-shelf wildfire vehicles. So there's already been a lot of investment. It'd be wrong not to recognise the direct support from the Mayor in that, because that funding did come via the GLA. How do we take kind of cognizance of that to ensure it's enough in the context of a developing threat? Well, we look at it formally and document it, and would expect to bring that analysis to a committee such as this, or a select committee. We do a formal regulatory annual assessment of risk as part of our community risk management plan, and that community risk management plan is a legal duty that tells it tells Londoners how we meet our statutory duties under the Fire and Rescue Services Act. So we look at it very carefully. We look at evidence around the change of climate, the likely impacts of that on incidents, taking into account both past but horizon scanning and international examples that bear comparison. We then formally go back and look at where are our locations. Where are our locations in the context of housing development? And to speak to a previous question, whilst we don't immediately see the need for more fire stations and fire engines because of the very good geographical cover we have, regardless of population density and our ability to move resources at speed across London, we would never rule out going back openly in a documented way to make the case for a new fire station or new kit or greater numbers of firefighters if we felt it was rationally evidenced, and we would expect to go there with careful analysis of that. So I think we do this formally as part of our legal duties every year, and we'll be happy to bring that. We're just going through that process at the moment, actually. We'd be happy to bring that kind of analysis forward to any committee for public examination.
Thank you. And I noted that the chair of the Fire Chiefs Council just a couple of weeks ago talked about possibly the need for further investment, but also about the need to have access to accurate data analysis mechanisms and for predictive modelling, which would allow for longer-term planning. Is that a concern you share, and is that a response that's needed from national government, or does regional government has a part to play in that as well?
So I think we already do a lot of modelling with the GLA. We're probably the service with the richest data in terms of incident and future risk in the country, I would suggest. We've got a very long relationship commercially, appropriately, with really experienced modellers who reach into a variety of kind of evidence-based models to look at all kinds of threat across the kind of incidents we attend. And that's been baked into our processes for a long time. So I think regionally we do a lot. We talk actively with colleagues in the GLA about how we evidence things and where we're going for the modelling, and we look abroad as well. Yes, nationally, I think there has to be a greater effort. It speaks to my previous point, which is there needs to be, whether it's within the kind of boundaries of a National College of Fire, a dedicated national research function for fire. Because if you look at policing, if you look at health, if you look at the other big public sector services, which I understand because of the volume of public contact get greater attention, are perhaps more prevalent in the public's view of them, they do have very, very, very considerably funded both third party and national government policy and research arms. We do not have that in fire. That in the end will catch us out nationally, and we should take the second phase of the Grenfell Tower inquiry report as an opportunity to address that, which is what Mark Hardingham, the chair of the National Fire Chiefs Council, is speaking to there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper, please.
Thank you. Commissioner, just briefly, I wondered if you could comment on whether or not you think the brigade is on track to meet the overall GLA target of net zero by 2030, which is the mayoral target and one adopted by the LFB. The London Fire Brigade.
Yeah. So I think the answer is yes, in the context of current progress. You know, and again, we've been able to bring evidence of that to previous committees, and we share the Mayor's ambition. And I think actually for the London Fire Brigade, it's not impossible to get there. There are two clear obstacles to that. One is technology that doesn't yet exist really in a sustainable way, and one is money. So I don't think it's possible for the GLA reasonably to fund in entirety the cost of bringing net zero to the London Fire Brigade, because it will run into the hundreds of millions. So we've built into our capital plans a very large part of that as part of normal equipment renewal, you know, reasonable building maintenance. So that's replacing things with, you know, it's putting in electric boilers, solar panels, greening roofs, doing all the things that actually are reasonable, aren't excessive in terms of costs. When you need to replace windows, just make sure you replace them with something that insulates it. So it's not that we're not doing a lot of that, but that's going to reach an end point where we've got to look at the supply of electricity in our fleet, basically. Now, at the moment, internationally, there is not a working model in a way that is sustainable of a fully electric fire engine. In fact, we've been trialling for some time the world's first. The results have been mixed, because the technology is difficult. It may be we end up in the first iteration of the next fleet replacement with a hybrid model, of which there are some better emerging international examples. That might affect our ability to meet the target. You know, the market isn't that interested in many ways of developing a fully electric fire engine, because truthfully, whilst there's a huge market for electric HGVs that basically work, there's less of a market for fully electric pumps that sit on the back of the HGVs. I'm
going to have to cut you off because I'm running out of time, but thank you very much, and I did think that might be one of the areas that would make it pretty tricky. Thank you very much, Chair.
Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I've seen the report from the Government's Office for Product Safety Standards from January showing that conversion kits are much more likely to be responsible for serious fires than batteries for regulated e-bikes. Now, we know people working in the food delivery industry on low pay, under pressure to meet quick delivery times, do buy these cheap electric conversion kits for their bikes. Now, I know that TfL meets twice a year with the delivery companies, actually to discuss road safety, but the Mayor's told me in a recent MQ answer that he's meeting to discuss e-bikes, or TfL are meeting them to discuss e-bike safety. So I'm just wondering, are the Fire Brigade involved in that meeting with the delivery companies and TfL? And if not, can we try and get you involved?
No, we're heavily engaged, and in fact, we've engaged with. To be fair, I think they've been responsible partners in this. I think it's easy to demonise sort of the likes of Deliveroo and Uber. Our experience of them is that they proactively want to help solve this, because that's their staff and that's their delivery model, and it's not great for them as a big, you know, commercial operation to have, you know, the reputational and damage to their employees or their contractors that one of these fires or incidents kind of represents. So, for example, I've met more than once with the chair of Deliveroo. We've done joint kind of mass briefings to riders and employees with Deliveroo. We've worked with Uber as well, Just Eat. We're in with all of the big companies. I've got to say, to their credit, they're actively engaged. It's just that they have thousands of contractors in London, and we are part of that conversation. We provide a lot of the technical detail. So the answer is yes. I guess.
That's very good to hear, and I'm massively out of time. Thank you very much.
You sure are. If we could next move to Assembly Member Duval, please.
Okay, so you've touched on earlier on part of this question around the disability aspects of personal emergency evacuation plans. But can you just give us a further insight into the practical operational challenges? What's the current plan? What's the thinking in the future, if you can, that you think you're going to have to be dealing with in terms of high-rise blocks?
Well, that's a really good question, Assembly Member Duval. And I just want to make sure I do get things right. So my view on PEEPs as London Fire Commissioner is we start with a basic principle, which is you recognise the loss of disabled Londoners' lives in the fire at Grenfell as a starting point, and the percentage of disabled Londoners who lost their lives that night is catastrophic. So you have to start with a principle of equity of evacuation. So if you start at that point and then work backwards from there, that's how the London Fire Brigade starts its thinking about this. And I think anyone right-minded starts in that position. We've been talking about PEEPs for a long time. I think the consultation document we saw from government is a considerable improvement on where the original plan started, which was simply to record where a disabled person lived in a block and tell us. Well, that's a very, very small improvement. It doesn't speak adequately to the risk. So that is as it then was. What we've got now are some headlines in that consultation response that we can work with, i.e. it talks about a hierarchy of mitigation. It talks about the fact that funding will have to be made available to change the flats of individual residents to ensure that they're safer and they have more of a chance of either getting out or staying safely in place for a longer period of time for us to get to them. But there's not enough detail in the consultation response yet for us to fully support it, again, being frank, because we would want to understand, working with disabled Londoners, actually what is the level of funding that's going to be placed against it, because for our PEEPs to be meaningful, there has to be a proper level of funding underpinning it. That the route to that funding has to have an equity to it as well, whether you're living on benefits in private rented housing or in social housing, or actually whether you're a leaseholder on low income, as many disabled Londoners will be. So I think we're in a much better place than where we were, but actually I want this conversation to be led by disabled Londoners. I and my senior leaders will be meeting, actually, I think, not next week, but a week after, with some of the powerful voices in this space. So disabled Londoners and disabled residents nationally who obviously are their own experts. And we're going to talk to them about the current proposals in light of what's likely to come in terms of the Round 2 Grenfell Tower inquiry report, and try and find a practical way forward, because we do think there is a practical way forward as long as the funding is there to work with the current headlines with some amendment. Areas of risk, and I think it is important to give a full answer here if possible, Chair, because it speaks to society, is we need to better understand within that consultation response the role of the responsible person. We think it's not wrong to place the responsibility of the building owner or the managing agent to ensure that their residents are safe, but they cannot be the sole decision maker on whether an individual resident receives funding. There's got to be safeguards around that, and there's got to be a clear process. We welcome the clear intent to fund directly those living in social housing, but we, because we understand how many disabled Londoners live in private rented accommodation on benefits, potentially, would want to understand how it works for them, how it works in conjunction with disability benefit, because these are just important practical questions, and then we can offer support about reasonable mitigation, because there will be a limit to what is achievable here, and we need to ultimately let disabled Londoners make the choice themselves about how much risk they're prepared to live with. So that, in a way, is a subject all on its own, but one we're heavily engaged with both government, but more importantly, disabled Londoners to inform that. We think it's better than where it was, but there's not enough detail emerged yet for us to fully support it until we do understand what the funding means, the routes to that funding, and then the practical steps to protect Londoners. And that's set within the context of there being, as I understand it, 1.2 million Londoners who are registered disabled, many of whom will live in high-rise and medium-rise blocks.
But it's also there is a temporary aspect to visit those coming out of hospital, which we would all want to do to free up hospital beds. Who's going to be placed with the responsibility of that information of an individual going into a high-rise box who's convalescing, that is only going to be temporary because they've had a major operation or whatever, but deemed safe to come out of hospital? Who holds that information? And should that be, it's obviously on the person coming out of hospital, but who's doing that, both in the private sector, in terms of ordinary owner-occupiers and leaseholders, but also in social housing accommodation? Isn't the problem, in terms of all these processes, of transient nature of some of our communities, the mobility in the private sector, mobility in the social sector? And, you know, in terms of real responsibilities to do that, you can't be expected. You're relying on other people providing that information, aren't you?
100%. And you've spoken to a very real problem there, which is, you know, any population in London is relatively transient. Actually, people move all the time, and that includes disabled people. And actually, people can become disabled through their lives, or, as you've just identified, might recover from a serious operation and then need less. So I think the basic principles are correct, which is we need to know where you are. We still haven't seen enough detail yet around the kind of practical mechanisms that would enable us to access that information. You know, the original suggestion was we receive that digitally. Well, actually, there isn't a system of data sharing nor a platform available, funded, that would be able to do that in London. So I am grateful that the government listened to that, and we're working on what is effectively a manual system in London, which is regularly updated lists of people kept in premises information boxes. But that, again, requires the responsible behaviours of landlords, managers, and also actually individuals themselves to identify themselves to a building owner or manager as to a change in their circumstances. And it is rife with complication because, of course, people fear the security of their tenure. You know, I'm frequently told by disabled Londoners that they're quite worried about becoming a problem in their block, as they would put it, because they think that they therefore won't be able to access housing maybe later, that they become a wholly unattractive proposition for a private landlord because of the mitigation that might be needed. So I think this is a problem that needs just open, transparent conversation about the complexity of it, led by disabled Londoners, recognising there are practical limits to how far you can go, but that whatever we do has to be properly funded in the scale of the challenge we're facing, and with very, very simple and clear guidance set around it and some safeguards to achieve it.
So that's the legislation route. So the interim route period now is based on an hierarchy of need, risk, assessment.
It's not there at the moment. It doesn't exist. It's not there at all. So at the moment there is no legal requirement to tell me how many disabled people are in a block. There is no requirement on a landlord or anyone else to kind of gather that information. There is no requirement for me to receive it currently. That is all about the practical implementation of residential PEEPs. So we do welcome the fact that the government is clear, it supports it both in principle and wants to deliver it practically, but we need to see the detail, because until that's done, there isn't really an interim position. The interim position is what you see at Dagenham, is we will deal with what we face when we turn up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Morning. I think we're about 3 years on since we had the facility, or since we started the facility in Purley, where the police are co-located with the fire brigade in the fire station there. As far as I can tell, it's worked out well. I just wanted to ask, from your perspective, have there been any unexpected benefits, unexpected problems? Has it all been fairly plain sailing? Presumably there are
My understanding from how it's worked in Purley is that it's been successful. You know, there's been good kind of relationship building. There's been useful kind of partnership approach to local issues, and that they're good neighbours. So I don't think there's any complaints from us. What I would say, though, is that the principle of sharing space with policing colleagues is one that has both benefits and risks, depending on where that happens, and that we look at each individual request around location on that basis. How does it work in terms of space, relationships with community, our individual legal responsibilities, our need to take a neutral space in communities, whereas obviously policing colleagues, I think, to be fair, have a much more complex and difficult job in some ways. So all of that gets taken into account, but we're always open to the possibility of sharing space with any of our uniformed service colleagues. It just has to work for us and work for them.
So, as I say, Pearlie's been there for about 3 years. You seem to agree it's been broadly successful. Are there any other locations? Obviously, I'm particularly familiar with that one because it's near where I live and in my constituency. Across London, is this a model that is happening?
It's a model we've
explored
frequently. We do within the collaboration environment. Our property kind of colleagues speak to each other. But that's the only one that's really working in that way. And that's not about our resistance. It's also about the fact that we're a big service. Although we've got a lot of fire stations, they have a small footprint. Most of them can't accommodate any policing colleagues anyway. And that's the same, actually. We've had similarly advanced conversations with the London Ambulance to see if we could get somewhere, and they haven't really progressed apart from a very small number of locations. So it's a combination of not having the space. Actually, some of the amendments we've made to buildings around kind of safe and dignified workspaces, and again, before anyone gets excited about privacy for all, we're talking about basics here, which is enough toilets for women. Because until 2021, we didn't even give the women we employed enough toilets or changing space. So there's a number of different pressures inside our accommodation where we just have to be honest about an individual location. But there is no objection in principle to sharing the space with any of our emergency service partners. It's just done on the basis of a risk assessment of both the property, the local operating environment, and what we both get from it.
Yeah, because I know the police and the ambulance both have got estate. I'm not going to say the word Met Police estate strategy, but I know that they're looking at that. So hopefully some more of those conversations will result in something practical. Thanks,
and we do talk to them.
Great. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you, and good morning to both of you. You've touched a little bit, Commissioner, on my question around the implementation of the Phase 2 recommendations. So I just wanted to really ask you, to follow on from what you've already said, how do you think the strategy has changed for identifying high-risk, high-rise residential buildings and managing their risk in light of those Phase 2 recommendations? And then, if I can, as well, to the Deputy Mayor, to you, Jules, to ask you around the provision of second staircases and managing risks to ensure that new homes delivered under Phase 2 are fire safe. So if I start with you, Commissioner.
So, I mean, we've seen the whole operating environment change because we know the scale of the risk. So one of the things we did very early and proactively from 2020 onwards was just get to every one of those buildings to better understand it from a fire service perspective. That information has flowed into government and has led really to the way that the building safety regulator approaches the scale of the issue, which is across those 8,000 plus buildings in London. So it's changed fundamentally. I think it's fair to say that bringing in to such a complex high-risk space a new form of building safety regulation has been both complicated and at times very difficult. And we do need to see improvements in the way the system works to make sure we keep on top of that and we don't have undue delays in the system. I welcome the fact that we've got the Minister, as I understand it, chairing joint remediation acceleration panels in London because they recognise the scale of it here. I think that's appropriate ownership from MHCLG and I welcome that leadership in the space. We're very much part of it. So I think the answer is fundamental change, but still with very considerable system and practical implementation improvement necessary. And again, we're heavily engaged in that. We're honest with ourselves around our capacity issues, how we need to be inventive around how we kind of move things on. And into your second question, I mean, letters have gone today actually into government from us proposing a different approach based on our own experiences around what we call primary authority. So this is where we set up a team to approach big developers, for example, on a system basis. So we did it with big hotel chains, the Olympic Park, Crossrail, colleagues at Heathrow, etc., where we recognise if you're going to build thousands of units in London, the likelihood of us to get into every single building is unlikely. What we're more interested in is your culture, your leadership, your systems of risk and assurance, your audit. We want to agree design principles if you're doing mass housing development, and we'd like to get into a selected number of those buildings to check. But having taken that approach practically in the past, you've seen the safe construction of mass development in London in all sorts of places, from the Thames Super Sewer to Crossrail, and we think we bring some experience to this. So that's the offer we're making government today. We would like to see some funding alongside that. It's not excessive. it's an enabler for growth, and it would involve actually engaging both public and private expertise around fire engineering and assessment to do so. And we hope that's kind of received well and is taken forward into what I know is a necessary immediate look at the way the building safety regulator is working, because we think you have got to split remediation from growth. Because remediation, you have effectively got to go back to every single one of those individual buildings that we know to be dangerous to make sure it's right. That is different from new construction and what will need to be thousands of new homes in London, very often in medium or high-rise buildings.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. Jules, did you want to add anything to that? Or?
No, you mentioned specifically second staircases, though, so...
It was around... so... Just as an example, that the provision of those has had an impact on delivery in London. So going
delivery
forward,
of development
of new homes.
I mean, there has. I mean, it's been with my other hat on, it's been hugely problematic the way it was introduced. People were warned that it would have a chilling effect on development and more importantly, cause confusion. So I think it would have been better had it been approached with all that in mind and planned out with all the different players, all on the same page, all at the same time. So we have got this transition period at the moment. As I've said earlier, though, developers are ill-advised to take advantage of that transition period if they can possibly redraw and bring forward a compliant building with the latest expectations, because people do not want, particularly RSLs, do not want to take on the responsibility for those buildings.
Thank you. And if I could just very quickly ask you, Commissioner, I don't pretend to know the detail of what the joint remediation panels, their terms of reference might be, but I know that in local authorities you work alongside officers and MHCLG through joint inspection teams to look at those buildings, particularly in constituencies like mine where we have a lot of buildings that may be affected, just to make sure that people are not staying in homes that are not fire safe. So I just wanted to find out if you're aware how far along the process we are of making sure that those buildings that do need works or need some kind of intervention have been remediated or are in the pipeline to get funding to make that work good.
I don't hold that level of detail with me, but it's a good question, and we can write to you with the information we have. We won't have all of it because we're one part of the regulatory safety regime, but we certainly have some indication of where remediation has started, where it hasn't. MHCLG will hold a more accurate figures than that because they are the custodian of the full kind of understanding and analysis of that system. I think what's fair to say is that you can't regulate your way out of this entirely. So even if you've accessed funding, you've got to find scaffolders who know how to put up a scaffolding system that's of an appropriate kind to then remove the cladding. So specialist contractors. There's a shortage of scaffolders in this country, by the way. You've got to have people who are cladding removal specialists, because actually when you take cladding off, you don't necessarily make a building safer immediately. The point that it's unclad is also a position of very high risk with bits of the building exposed. So all of these things have complexity and also speak with ownership of no one type of government, by the way. So this is cross-party, it's non-political, is we have seen a degradation of the construction skills sector. That is serious. If you haven't got enough contractors, it doesn't matter what regulation you have in place if you can't get people who are skilled enough to do the work. And I do know, in sympathy to the big developers, they struggle with that. That's a very, very real problem. So it's not just about whether we get to look at your building, whether even we begin to enforce. You've then actually, even if you've got the money, you've got to find a safe and suitable contractor to actually do the works. And if you're a responsible developer, unfortunately, you might find yourself in the queue for some of them. So I don't think any of this is simple. And what it does require is kind of an adult approach where we get in a room with colleagues from the GLA, MHCLG and the developers to try and find a way forward for residents.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you. Good morning, both. Commissioner, the previous Prime Minister ordered a review that in March 2024 found that LTNs were risking lives through adding minutes and seconds to response times. This conflicts with a TfL finding the previous month that there was no effect on response times. And to say that was a national review, the government one. So what is the difference in London compared to nationally?
Well, we've got the best attendance times in the world in a global capital city, and we've got the best attendance times in the UK. You know, you're going to get a fire engine on average.
In regards to LTNs, why is it the government report found that LTNs affect response times nationally but not in London?
I couldn't tell you, because we've got a lot of LTNs and we thought there might be an impact, but actually, having gone and looked at it very, very carefully, despite some small local variation, there is no strategic impact on our attendance times.
If you could send me I think it's really important we do understand why we don't think there's a problem in London compared to nationally. So if you could send me more information on why there's different, and if we do have a difference, we should be sharing that.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to share all our statistics around attendance times because we analyse it at a granular level. And we genuinely went and had a long, hard look at this because, as you can imagine, it's a kind of live issue in terms of freedom of information requests. It's a live issue locally and politically because of residents' concerns, both for and against. And crews have an interest. We genuinely could not find any evidence of LTNs kind of doing anything to our overall attendance times.
I'm afraid City Hall Conservatives are now out of time. We're going to have to move to the next question. I've been very relaxed with all the times this morning. There we have Assembly Member Mahfouz, please.
Thank you, Chair, and if I can join others in I think, recognising your leadership in the short time that I've been an Assembly member. I think I've really appreciated your authenticity, your ability to be compassionate, your knowledge on the area, which is obviously sort of shown through today, but in other times, as Assembly Member Garrett has referred to, budget, and in terms of sort of inspiring leadership as well within the organisation. Going forward, obviously you won't be leading this organisation, but one of the transformations has been about trying to change how the LFB looks and feels. And one of those elements is about recruitment and engaging with the next generation of firefighters. Now, we've got some amazing work going on with the cadet service across London. How do you see that as a tool to ensure that you're delivering against that target to make sure that the LFB reflects what London looks like as well?
So I think we've come to it too late. I've said that previously, but we have done it now, which is actually just to recognise as cadets as probably one of our best recruitment tools. I mean, it's so blindingly obvious when you meet them. So actually we've done the right thing structurally now, and this is more about, I think, the scale of change in LFB. It was just one of those things that we knew we had to do and just hadn't got to, but we have now, which is basically to set up a process whereby if you're a cadet with a defined length of service that has already shown us, you know, much about what we do and you are the sort of person we need, we're going to take elements of the current end-to-end recruitment process out appropriately, and we're going to give you a different route in to the London Fire Brigade, which is actually common across lots of other uniformed services. If you look at, you know, the military cadets, if you look at policing. So I'm pleased to say that we're doing that as a starter, so a kind of entry scheme for cadets via the cadet scheme. We're not reducing either funding, investment, nor the size of our cadet units. So that's going to be maintained because we see it as a very important part of recruitment. And we're having a refresh around our outreach approach. So we've got a new director of people who, one of her key priorities is looking again, because we've had a dedicated outreach team that looks at all sorts of spaces where you recruit all kinds of Londoners for a long time. But we're in the process of refreshing that, because actually, whilst we are by a long way the most diverse service in the country, really, it shouldn't be anything else other than that, seeing as we operate in London, and we can always do better in the space. It's a key priority within our KPIs. It's one of the ones, again, that the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and his Chief of Staff look at. I'm into one of our quarterly formal reporting meetings soon. That will be one of the first questions they come to, is to see where we are with that, and we need to be continuously ambitious.
Fantastic, and a legacy there for your successor to obviously follow up on and action to take forward to make the LFB more diverse going forward. One of the things that you've really been focused on is in terms of engagement with the community. You've talked about that time and time again this morning. One of the things that you introduced was the LFB Community Forum. What impact does that have in terms of your ability to be able to do your work and engage with Londoners as a whole?
I think in layperson's terms, it keeps us straight, is the way I would put it, because on that forum, you know, forum's quite a bland word, isn't it, for what that actually is. So what that is survivors from the Grenfell Tower fire. It's family members of Londoners who deceased as a result of a scooter EV fire. It is survivors from the New Cross fire. It is one of the most prominent disabled activists in the country, actually, Adam Gabsey, you know, who's a disabled Londoner living in a high-rise. You can't avoid difficult questions in that forum, alongside representatives from lots of different communities in London. So that's not really a sort of soft-touch environment. That's about how are you honouring your promises you've made publicly, show us what you're doing, and then listen to our views to help inform decision-making. So I think that's a very important piece of what I would see as our governance, actually. You know, it's not a talking shop. It's a place where we sense-check the decisions we think we're going to make, and we listen to the views of people who have either been directly impacted by tragedy or have the lived experience that might help us shape our services.
I mean, the passion clearly comes across there, Commissioner, and I think I've got just over a minute. I just wanted to give you an opportunity. It's your, as this is the last question of the session, any message that you had for Londoners?
The London Fire Brigade has had a difficult few years, I think it's fair to say. I think the tragedy at Grenfell exemplified the very best of London firefighters, but the failure of the institution. I think what you see in the latest inspection report is actually the work of thousands of decent working Londoners in the form of firefighters, officers and support staff changing their own organisation. That is a manifest, whole-scale effort which has been delivered by the people operating within my service, our service, themselves. And they did that because there is not a service more personally affected by that tragedy. Because at the end of the day, regardless of the faults of the institution, which were many, were apparent, were rightly called out in both inspection and inquiry, we were the closest to it. Beyond those who survived and those who lost their family, we were the closest to it. And we felt the humiliation of that failure, but also experienced the kind of heroism of colleagues who were standing next to us. That is what has driven and motivated the change, really, and a desire, I think, to become what we are now, which is, you know, world-class people in a world-class service, where we will need to hold that space without complacency so that we never go back to the kind of findings and critical inquiry we faced back in 2020.
Yeah, just on behalf of all of us, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've now reached the end of the question and answer session, and I'm sure the rest of the Assembly would want to join me in thanking you for your service, and hope you have a good retirement, and perhaps this might be appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you.
And Deputy Mayor, you're free to go as well, but you won't be getting a round of applause because you'll be coming back. Anyway, can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? And now I'd like to propose that we now adjourn for 1 hour and return at 12:17 before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda? Oh, what did I say? Oh, the 117, I apologise. Are Assembly members in agreement?
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority.
Welcome back, Assembly members. We're going straight on to petitions. Can I ask Assembly Member Roberts to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. The petition is as follows. As regular commuters of the 235 bus, we constantly experience the struggle of overcrowded buses during peak hours. Starting from Sunbury Village, the journey quickly becomes a competition to board the bus with both children and the elderly, among others, failing to do so because the buses reach maximum capacity too quickly. There is particularly an issue with capacity between Sunbury and Hounslow, with buses often skipping stops. This situation is far from optimal. Every bus user deserves to know that they will be able to get on their intended bus without any complications. According to Transport for London reports, the 235 bus route is among the most utilised routes, especially during peak hours, meaning single deck is insufficient. The need for a larger, more abundant transport solution is evident. Therefore, we are advocating for the 235 bus route to be upgraded from a single deck to a double deck service. This change will increase the capacity of each bus, allowing for more passengers to comfortably make their daily commute and ensure no one is left behind at the bus stop. We call on Transport for London to consider our petition and provide us with a response. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Russell to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This petition is from bus drivers who are actually here in the audience, and it's calling for people to sign to show their public support to force the Mayor of London and Transport for London to incorporate a bus driver's Bill of Rights into bus contracts. And they want people to show their support by signing. So since 2014, an average of 3 people a day are hospitalised from a preventable bus safety incident, at least one of which is a collision. About every 5 to 6 weeks, someone is killed in a preventable bus safety incident, mostly from collisions. For the past decade, 1 in 10 deaths from road traffic incidents in London has involved a TfL bus. Since this mayor was elected, 87 people have been killed in preventable bus safety incidents, mostly from collisions. This year, over 1 person per month has been killed. On Tuesday, the 5th of November 2024, London bus drivers organised a march and rally to TfL headquarters to demand them to immediately accept a London bus workers' Bill of Rights. And this includes the right to a safe work schedule without any forced overtime or loss of pay, the right to a decent and proper rest break in the working day, the right to drive a safe and well-maintained vehicle, the right to clean, serviced toilet and rest facilities on all bus routes, the right to report safety concerns without fear of retribution from TfL or employers, the right, when seriously ill and covered by a doctor's note, to not be harassed into coming into work until fit to do so, the right to relevant and timely safety training, the right to drive without being forced to answer radio messages and texts from controllers whilst in motion, the right to have all company rules in writing and clearly displayed, the right to be treated with dignity and respect by our employers, TfL and the public, the right to working air cooling in our cabs in the summer heat, and the 12th right, the right to working heaters in our cabs in the cold of winter. By incorporating the Bus Drivers' Bill of Rights in TfL's framework contract for bus services, the Mayor will restore the time that bus contract incentives take away from London's professional bus drivers to perform their jobs safely and with duty of care. To protect the lives of Londoners and ensure bus drivers can drive with duty of care, we, the bus drivers of London, demand the Mayor of London and TfL Chair urgently instruct TfL to amend its framework agreement for the provision of bus services in Greater London to include the London Bus Drivers' Bill of Rights in that document's general terms and conditions, and ensure these rights are implemented with immediate effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petitions to the Mayor for a response?
Agreed.
Thank you. We now move on to motions. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limit for speeches for the remainder of this meeting, so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. So we'll move on to the first motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to bring this motion on behalf of my colleague, Assembly Member James Small-Edwards, who unfortunately can't be here today, who's worked hard with the William Blake Society, who are in the audience today. William Blake is a core part of London's history and cultural identity, and one of the country's greatest literary icons. Blake lived in London his whole life, and his work is celebrated across the world today. Sadly, however, we don't have a dedicated culture centre in London that celebrates his work and ensures its survival from one generation to the next. Blake's last surviving London home at 17 South Moulton Street is the opportunity to make that happen. The Grosvenor Group, which owns the property, currently plans to renovate it into a private residence to be sold on the commercial market. Taking inspiration from other cultural houses around the world, it is now instead the time for this property to become a cultural hub, honouring and celebrating the life and works of William Blake. This is the moment to carry this work forward, with the 200th anniversary of his death approaching in 2027. The William Blake Fellowship has been liaising for many months with Grosvenor, who are now open to their proposals. Their commendable campaign is supported by, amongst others, the Deputy Mayor for Culture, Justine Simmons, English Heritage, the local MP, Rachel Blake, and Westminster City Council, the local authority. Through this motion, let's add our voice from the Assembly to that of the wide range of cultural and political figures from all parties who are backing this plan and call for this cultural centre to be made a reality. It would be wonderful if we supported this motion as an Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I ask, who's seconding? Assembly Member Baker to second, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be really brief. I'm just really delighted to second this motion, which calls for the establishment of the Cultural Centre in William Blake's last surviving London home. As Assembly Member Ahmad had said, Blake is one of London's foremost literary and artistic figures, and he lived in the Moulton Street property for 17 years, making it a perfect location for the first cultural space for Blake in the capital. And it's ideally placed right in the centre of London. I don't think the centre of London will gain as much value from just having another private residence there. With the 200th anniversary of his death coming up in a couple of years, it's a perfect time to help make it happen, and I hope everyone will be able to support it.
Thank you. Is there anybody wish to contribute to this motion? Any speakers? No real sum up? Nobody wants to speak? Assembly Member Ahmad to sum up effectively what Assembly Member Baker said, really, but yes.
I hope that we can now all vote in favour of this motion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Chair.
And all those against, please?
None, Chair.
Thank you very much. That's carried. Can we go to the next item on the agenda, which is the next motion, which is the motion in the name of Assembly Member Georgiou?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Look, as evidence has shown since the budget, that the NI increase will hit real wages rather than profits. The Bank of England's monetary policy report for February set out some of the latest concerns around the NI increases. On page 58, it sets out that economic theory suggests that more of the adjustment to changes in national insurance contributions tends to come through real wages rather than profits. It goes on to say, increases in employers' NICs represents an increase in the cost of production for businesses. In response, employers may act to absorb extra costs within their profit margins, pass on the cost increases to consumers through higher prices, or mitigate the impact of cost increases by reducing nominal wages or employment. And it goes, you know, what's underscored this is that we are now anticipating 300,000 job losses due to the national insurance contribution increase across the country. But of course, Rachel from Accounts lied on her CV, just as she lied to every single person who voted for the Labour Party and believed that she would protect jobs. Also, she's been a bit dodgy on her expenses as well, but we won't get into that. Charities themselves, so the National Council for Voluntary Organisations, sent a joint letter to the Chancellor lobbying against these changes, but charities were not granted any relief. The letter was signed by 7,361 charities and voluntary organisations, with damning quotes such as, "Charities employ almost 1 million people, meaning charities of all sizes will severely feel the impact of the increase." Another quote, "The harsh reality is that many organisations may be forced to reduce staff, cut salaries and, most importantly, scale back services for the very people they strive to support." And one of the more hilarious outcomes of Rachel Thieves' budget, we'll change her name for now, is the National Insurance lack of contributions to the GLA. There is going to be a £44.3 million shortfall from the government for the increase. And many of us are councillors, many of us, you know, constituencies represent various boroughs, and those of us that are London-wide are hearing it all over the place, is that the government is not committing itself to providing the full increase that it said it would in the budget, which once again was another lie that came from the government. Quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, you know, and I'll come on to this, I'm sure, at various points in my career in this place, is that we have a broken social contract with the workers of this country. And quite frankly, the Chancellor has done them down, private industry down, and local authorities down with this next increase. And as Londoners, we should oppose it with everything that we can.
Assembly Member Hall, do you wish to?
I'll second and reserve my position.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey, please. Lord Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. This is an appeal to my Labour colleagues. For years, I've sat in the London Assembly and we've been lectured with cuts have consequences. These are political choices. Well, let's make this very clear. This will be cutting a large number of people's jobs, and it was a direct political choice that was made by the Labour Party. And the only way this will be reversed is if Labour internally have the conversation. When your government decided that they wouldn't put up income tax, and they wouldn't touch corporation tax, they showed their naivety around running the finances of this country. They are two of the major ways that any government raises taxes. And by not doing that, it's meant they've had to put up a number of smaller taxes, go back on a number of pledges they've made, for instance, the WASPy Women pledge, which is devastating our economy. To put a tax on employment is ridiculous for a party that says it's for the workers. You are not a worker if you do not have a job. This will directly lead to many, many workers losing that job or never getting it in the first place. A political choice that you have made that will be cutting many people's personal income. I ask you, on behalf of the people who have to work for a living, to appeal to your Chancellor to do something else. We fully accept that it's tough economic times. This is not the way to go about it. I beg everybody to support this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't think that in the week which celebrates the 50th anniversary of the rise to power of Mrs Thatcher as leader of the Conservative Party, that we would find a Conservative member of this Assembly talking about strengthening the social contract with the workers. So I'm delighted to hear Comrade Georgiou making that point.
It's the beard.
The one thing which is missing in here, it's been mentioned, is the knock-on impact on local authorities. And we're getting some of the money, but what we are not seeing is the additionalities, such as contracted staff, our outsourced bins, our outsourced traffic wardens. All of these are going to have to be found. The rises will be passed on directly to local council taxpayers and to local councils. So this does need to be looked at again by the Chancellor. I think that she was right to try to pull the levers that she had at her disposal, but she pulled the wrong lever in this one. So I will be supporting that motion based on that basis.
Assembly Member Ahmad.
Thank you. Do you know what really stuns me, and the question that I have to ask is, where was the Conservative motion when the previous Tory government's disastrous kamikaze budget triggered chaos for millions? Economic uncertainty, market turmoil, additional business costs and higher borrowing costs, all from the Liz Truss budget. No motion was raised then with regard to concern and support for that budget by the Conservative group. As a Conservative tweeted, "Oh deep joy, a proper Conservative government. Thank you at Kwasi Kwarteng, thank you at Truss Liz. Hashtag mini budget." Fair play, though, to those in this chamber who left their enthusiastic support for Liz Truss undeleted. Let's just be honest here. This Labour government was welcomed into power with a massive financial black hole, one that they're working hard to fill. The Conservative group are happy to call for reductions in public spending, but don't offer any solutions on what services they're planning to cut to pay for it. So far, they want to take over £8 billion from the Chancellor, opposing national insurance increases, which is £7 billion, opposing changes to inheritance tax on farms, £520 million, supporting the Advanced British Standard, £600 million, which incidentally was a vanity project from Rishi Sunak, so obscure that most people don't even know what it is. And what is this national insurance increase going to pay for? It's going to pay for the NHS. The NHS that the previous government left on its knees. Of course, taxes have impacts on those who are asked to pay for them. But is the Conservative group asking for higher waiting times? If so, please say so, because this morning we've seen a reduction in the NHS waiting times. So if the Conservatives want to go back to that, put your hands up now. The black hole will not be closed immediately, but after 14 years of Conservative failure, Labour is setting the conditions for success. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, we have another plenary and we are having another absurd conversation, because actually this is very simple. Whether it's Tory austerity or Labour austerity, it is still austerity and it is damaging people. The conversation we're not having in this chamber and the government are not having is around the wealth tax. If we taxed assets of over £10 million or more, just 1%, we could raise between £30 to £50 billion. We wouldn't then be having these conversations. Instead, it's constantly this conversation about difficult choices. So that's on the Labour side. This is why there's much to agree with in the motion. We are also worried about the impact of this budget. But from the Conservative motion, who are they quoting? It's not small businesses. It's organisations like Sainsbury's and Tesco who are making billions of pounds of profits. So the idea, yes, they are. They made £2 billion last year. That's Sainsbury's. Tesco made £3 billion. River Island have been in all sorts of trouble around worker rights, allegedly. So for them to say there will be difficult decisions to take as a result is absolutely absurd. This should actually be about taxing multimillionaires and billionaires for 1%, in other words, to redistribute wealth. So there's no way that we're going to be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hall, would you like to?
Well, I would. Thank you very much, Chairman. The only absurd comments I generally hear in this chamber, to be fair, do come from the Greens. So it's nice to think that you don't like ours. In the meantime, of course, we seem to have carnitis from opposite. Carnitis is actually when you blame everybody else for everything else and find any other excuse you can not to actually address the issue. The issue today is the increase in national insurance for employers. Now, the member of the Green Party mentioned small businesses. So I stand here as I think the only person in this chamber that's ever run a small business for 4 decades, in actual fact. Nobody on the actual government seems to have run a small business. And let me tell you this, small businesses very rarely make an absolute fortune, but they do employ thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. There are 1 million small businesses in London. Now, when this tax on jobs comes in, it will affect people, and probably people on the lower end of the financial spectrum, because people are laying people off or they're not replacing them. I talk to businesses. I speak to many people. I was at a wholesaler's the other day. They are rushed off their feet because they're not employing somebody else to compensate. We can see the sort of levels of money that are involved here. When I asked the fire commissioner earlier how much it would cost just the fire brigade for this, it was, I think, 3.4 to 4.3 million, something like that. We're not talking about a small amount of money. We're talking about a heck of a lot of money. And no, it won't go into the National Health Service. It'll go into the borrowing, because I'm afraid Rachel from Accounts has got this horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. She talks about growth the whole time. We've had lots of talks about councils and other big bodies. They don't make money. They're not the ones that are the engine of the economy. The engine of the economy are big businesses, but also small businesses. So the amount this is going to cost everybody, it will not.
Could you bring
yes,
your
I'll
comments,
finish.
please?
It will not help growth, and that is a big shame for every single one of us.
Thank you. And Assembly Member Giorgio to sum up, please.
Thank you. Comrade Roberts has allowed me to bring in a Margaret Thatcher quote, which is, nobody would have remembered the Good Samaritan if he didn't have any money. And when I mentioned social contract, the way I grew up was, if you worked hard, and you provided for your family, you know, you would have enough money to own a home, own a flat, have kids, and be able to provide for yourself. But taxation has broken the back of workers in this country for far too long, and this is making it worse. And Assemblymember Ahmad, I would remind her that the NHS never had more money than when Conservatives were in charge. And it's hypocritical coming from the party opposite. Remember your tweets, because I know you liked reading out your one about Liz Truss. You guys were bleating on about the winter fuel allowance before you cut it. And you won't even apologise for backtracking on your own position. Right. So I won't take any lessons from the other side. So Assemblymember Hall has already exposed the hypocrisy on another point. Rachel from Accounts is now stealing from the taxpayer to pay for borrowing. Look at the gilt markets. Look at what's going on in borrowing. It doesn't, well, I mean, she has got a basic knowledge of economics, but even that would show the Chancellor that we are in a dire state as a country with regard to borrowing. And this tax increase will not break the back of that. So it's destroying jobs, it's destroying livelihoods, it's destroying private enterprise, and it will ruin this city by the end of this Parliament. So mark my words, you should backtrack now, speak to your Trotskyist mates in government and say, U-turn on this as soon as possible, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I see all those in favour of the motion, please indicate?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9, Chair.
And all those against, please indicate.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh dear. 7, Chair.
Thank you very much. That motion is carried. Let's move on to the next motion, which is in the name of Assemblymember Turrell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thousands of drivers have been fined and had penalties installed on their licences because the evidence suggests TfL has not properly followed the rules when implementing a temporary speed limit on the A20 at the Sidcup bypass, which was enforced between October 2023 and October 24 while TfL carried out works. It should have been a straightforward reduction while these works were carried out, but instead what happened was there has been a catalogue of incompetence that campaigners have presented me with that showed that the rules were not properly followed. From the audit paper, the audit documents around the issuing of the traffic notice itself being signed by the wrong officer and having the wrong signature on it, to the size of the signage that meant that there were not the necessary safeguards there to combat over-familiarisation, which is why so many drivers have been caught out. As I've been presented with this catalogue of incompetence, and drivers deserve answers. It's our job as the London Assembly to get those answers, which is why I'm moving this motion today to call for an independent investigation into what happened, because we have raised these concerns repeatedly with Transport for London, and they have been nothing but dismissive of them, which is why TfL, due to the scale of the errors, can no longer be allowed to mark their own homework on this. It has to be an independent investigation to establish what has gone wrong, why it went wrong, and how it can never happen again. Because Transport for London is the highway authority for some of the critical road infrastructure across our capital. We cannot have mistakes like this. We cannot have thousands of drivers being fined because TfL makes simple mistakes like following the wrong chapter of guidance. So that's why I'm standing here today to ask for the Assembly's support in calling for this independent investigation.
Thank you. And to second Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chair. I so second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair. When I saw this motion, I thought this sounds familiar, and I realised I'd done some casework on it back last summer and had quite a lot of extensive back and forth with TfL to try and get to the bottom of exactly what had happened. Now, the reason for this temporary speed reduction of 40 mph was because the road was flooding and pooling and there had been multiple collisions. So TfL wanted to reduce the speed limit to 40 to keep people safe. They did an emergency traffic order. In October 23, TfL and the Met Police have checked the orders. The signage was compliant with the Department for Transport's traffic sign regulations. I also checked that the variable message signs that were installed on the 4th of October warning about the 40 mph limit were correct, and they were placed there months ahead of enforcement taking place. So all the drivers who got caught by these by speeding tickets did have plenty of warning about this enforcement coming in. Now, the enforcement didn't start until December 2023, so people had lots of notice. Now, there was one incident. There was an unauthorised 50 mph traffic sign that was put up on the 24th of January by an unauthorised party. It was noticed the same day and replaced on the same night with correct 40 mph signage. TfL then went to the sat-nav providers to check that due to the unauthorised sign that the sat-nav was still showing the correct 40 mph speed limit. They put in additional signage in February saying speed reduction due to skid risk, because they wanted people to understand why the speed limit had been reduced. The enforcement of the offences has all been done by the police. It was average speed check, and the police are satisfied that that was lawful. The fines go to the Treasury, not to TfL, although income from speed awareness courses goes to TfL and the police to offset the costs of safety camera operation. And speed surveys showed that the majority of drivers complied with the lower speed limit. This was all about reducing road danger, keeping people safe, preventing crashes, which I think is what we expect TfL to do, and we will be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member Prince, do you want to exercise your right?
No, I'll let the proposer to sum up.
Assembly Member Towell to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm afraid Assembly Member Russell seems to have confused this with a motion against the speed restriction itself, which at no point does this motion question why the temporary speed limit was put in place. It's about the process, because we accept temporary speed limits are sometimes required, but the process has to be followed correctly. In regards to this one, she says that TfL has claimed how they followed the guidance. But they followed the wrong chapter of the guidance. The signs were compliant with Chapter 3 of the guidance, which relates to a permanent speed limit. They were half the size of what a temporary speed sign should have been. This has been looked at by travel lawyers who say that this has been looked at by members of Parliament who also share this concern. Everybody who has looked at this believes that this was not compliant with the law, except for TfL. That's why they cannot be allowed to mark their own homework on this. On the average speed camera sign, there were signs up that said average speed camera coming up, but at no point did it tell drivers what that speed limit was. That is against the regulations of a temporary speed limit. The point really here is that the Greens are against this motion because it means standing up for motorists. Yeah. They're letting their hatred of the car blind the need. The point is, the only people who can actually challenge these tickets at the moment are people who involve barristers. So for all their talk of being a social justice party, the Green Party only want justice for people with the means to get it. They don't want it for the general population. An independent investigation would get that justice, would get that answer for average drivers across London and especially South East London.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's, yeah.
All those against, please indicate.
And that's 3.
Thank you very much. And we'll now move to the... Come on, order. We'll now move to the next motion, which is again in the name of Assembly Member Tarrell. Is that right? Yes.
Sorry, I used all my energy on my closing statement. Now I've got to go again. So apologies for that.
It's a test of your stamina.
I don't have it. I will keep this brief. The point here is that we don't, for the reason Assembly Member Georgiou and I are moving this motion, is that we do not feel that housing targets are delivering the homes that Londoners need. In the sense of, by having a blanket number of units that have to be delivered, what you do is you encourage developers to cramming as many small-scale developments. So the point of this motion here relates about the type of housing that we get and making sure that the targets reflect the housing needs for a local area. And that's because if we are going to lose some of the Greenbelt, I think most people now accept it is inevitable that some of the Greenbelt will be built on because of these housing changes. Residents, if we're going to combat NIMBYism in this, residents, I think, will accept building on some of the Greenbelt if it delivers appropriate homes for the area. People do not want their Greenbelt turned into tower blocks because that is what will be delivered through these housing targets, by having this focus on unit numbers instead of type of housing, and that's what this motion seeks to address.
Thank you. Assembly Member Georgiou, do you wish to second?
Second, and reserve my right to speak for the moment, Mr. Chairman.
Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thanks, Chair. The speech, Assembly Member Towell's speech, seems to be speaking to a different motion than the one that's down. But so I will speak on the motion you have actually proposed. So thanks for the Conservative group for bringing this fascinating motion, but unfortunately we'll not be able to support it, as while it addresses some important points, the prescription it sets out is somewhat confused and will not help solve the dire need Londoners have for homes. And we do actually accept that setting targets alone cannot solve the housing crisis. We need social and council homes. It's good to see that they were added in at the last minute. Homes that Londoners can raise families and settle in, built to meet Londoners' needs, including the 183,000 Londoners who are homeless and in temporary accommodation. We do accept that we need to be very careful to protect genuine Greenbelt land, which so many Londoners value, and bring genuine improvements in quality life to urban landscapes. Unclear actually what the Conservatives' position is on that right now, but never mind, we have one. And we support a strategic plan-making approach to review appropriate sites currently within the Greenbelt, but we need to protect our green spaces without scaremongering. You're saying it's against top-down targets, but then saying you want different top-down targets, which is somewhat confusing, this time with habitable rooms and maybe some others that you haven't quite thought of yet. Well, that doesn't make sense. And it all seems oddly incongruous with Conservative attempts at a recent planning committee to construct an argument that the barriers to us having the housing we need in London is all simply about ripping the planning system up. And you're correct in the motion, didn't mention it, that we need to address construction labour shortages, material costs, and ensure developers are not sitting on sites they should be building homes on, but nothing you say will solve any of these problems. So our conclusion is that on planning, the Conservatives need to do a lot better, and frankly, we'll just have to vote against this motion.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
It's interesting that the Labour member says there's confusion in the Conservative mind about planning and we don't seem to know what we're doing. But I would ask her to address those comments to her government. Anybody who's had a look at the government's proposals around grey belt, for instance, will sense confusion a mile away. The government don't know what they're doing, they don't know what the grey belt represents, they don't know what kind of impact it will have on numbers of housing. So I think those comments need to be readdressed to her government. And also one place where the Labour government is very clear is that the Mayor of London hasn't built enough homes. They were very clear to say that. They repeated those words repeatedly. The Mayor of London hasn't built any homes. We're all in agreement that London needs some homes. The person who's chiefly responsible for delivering those homes, the Mayor of London, has not done that. The Labour Mayor of London, even by the estimations of the own Labour government. So please do vote for this amendment, for this motion.
Assembly Member Garbett.
It's generally accepted that we've got a housing crisis, but that means different things to different people, and it's often been used as cover to build high-rise flats for luxury flats and homes for profit and not for people. I put in an amendment to this motion, which I'm glad has been accepted, to make sure that we're also talking about social, accessible and affordable homes. We know that those that, with the increase of 23% of homelessness in the last year and more people coming to our council surgeries, and we hear from Londoners about the overcrowding and the desperate need for social homes. So I think it's important that as part of these targets, these homes need to be social homes. And we know from the report from Inclusion London last week called Barriers at Home, I implore everyone to read the really excellent report. They've interviewed disabled Londoners who talk about not being able to find anywhere to live and wondering if they should be living at all because of how little accessible homes there are for people who need wheelchair adaptable, people talking about the fact they can't even use their kitchen and their bathrooms, people getting stuck in their houses when lifts break. So I've amended this motion to make sure that it speaks to the need for social homes and accessible homes to make sure Londoners get the homes that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Georgiou, to sum up, if no... Oh, sorry, to exercise your right, please. Yeah, go ahead. It's all right. I wasn't paying much attention.
No, that's right.
To it anyway.
Most people don't when I speak, to be fair, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, look, I'm about to come to you, Assemblymember Mafous, don't worry, because the Assemblymember Baker and Assemblymember Mafous think if they pander to the Labour Party line, the Mayor might give them a job. But that's never going to happen. So don't worry. I'd say to Assemblymember Mafous, calm down, dear. Don't worry, we're getting through it. This Assembly chamber has already made clear that it wants to protect the Greenbelt. We've already done that bit. So therefore, I really don't see how you struggle with these recommendations, saying protect the Greenbelt, have more social, have more affordable, have more accessible. What have you got against parks, greenfields and the disabled that you don't want to back this? I mean, Labour's shifting on all sorts of things these days. I love it. They used to be the high priests of this stuff, but they've changed their views. Look, there are 800,000 planning applications, shovel ready and ready to go. I think Boris used to say these things were, microwave ready or, that sort of stuff, oven ready. They're ready to go. The Mayor's sitting on a whole bunch of things that he hasn't managed to clear. So that's already, as I say, go back to the recommendations. And I would say, as an Assembly, we should be aghast at what the GLA and TfL were doing. They're now saying, all of you lot over there, we're coming after your parks, we're coming after the Greenbelt, verdant green land. And I would say to you, Assemblymember Baker, I will welcome you to Enfield any time and have a look. If you think that what I'm showing you is not verdant greenbelt land, then there's some magic beans I'd love to sell you. Because this will destroy London. This motion is seeking to protect London. They can chunter all that they want, but they are hypocrites if they don't support this motion, which, quite frankly, its wording is extremely inoffensive. So I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman, and they can judge their own conscience later on in the day.
Thank you. Assemblymember Towell, to sum up, please.
Thank you, Jane. To address Assemblymember Baker's point, I was speaking to the second recommendation in my remarks. And as I was just trying to heckle Assemblymember Georgiou there with what did your colleague say, I said that people accept there's inevitability of building on the Greenbelt because of these planning changes. At no point did I say that we want to build on the Greenbelt. But the point here remains that our green belt is at risk because of these planning changes. You would have heard at the last Mayor's question time when I asked the Mayor about the green belt and protecting the green belt, and he said he thinks that these changes are going to will undermine brownfield first. So you should be supporting us. We're supporting what your Mayor wants, which is brownfield first. But the point remains, if we're going to deliver new homes, they've got to be the homes that people want. And I go back to my original point in my opening remarks about the fact that the current top-down housing targets, and I might need to educate Assemblyman Bacon what top-down means, because a localised target would not be top-down, because it would be determined by local people. A top-down target from the government, which, take my own borough of Bromley, where our housing target has gone from just over 700 a year to 3,000 home a year over 5 years. Even if we built on every inch of our green belt during that 5-year period, we will not hit the housing targets that... We can build up. I mean, maybe Assemblymember Ahmed is a former Crystal Palace councillor. Maybe you'd like to support us building on Crystal Palace Park to meet these targets, because that's what your government is going to force us to do. That is the risk to areas across London. So this motion seeks to protect our green belt. It seeks to reinforce brownfield first, and it seeks to deliver the type of family homes and housing that Londoners need.
Very good. Thank you, Assembly Member. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
All
That's
those,
11, Chair.
Thank you. All those against, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Chair. That's carried.
That's carried. That is carried. The next motion is in my name, and there's no enthusiasm from Assembly Member Duval to chair this bit, so I'll try and do both.
Well read, Chair.
Well read, yes.
Well read, Chair.
This really should be a motion that could be, it could almost be a pro-Sadiq Khan motion, because, and I managed to slip this one through my group without actually using that terminology, but it's been quite clear that Sadiq Khan, going back to for a long period, has been in support of common hold, and what this motion merely is asking is that that support for common hold becomes concrete and does actually result in a common hold development. And if this is, and I'm sure the Labour group will be supporting this, because of course back in 2019 a Labour Assembly member requested of the Mayor whether or not he would be preparing a pilot, and the Mayor enthusiastically said yes. And that Labour Assembly member was, of course, a chap called Copley. Don't know if you remember. I don't know what's happened to him now.
No,
don't know where he's gone now.
Where did he end up?
He was very influential at the time, and of course the Mayor very much committed himself to providing that pilot. In the 2021 manifesto, there was a commitment to having a pilot in that manifesto, so to using his land to create a pilot. And then in the 2025 manifesto, said that he will, 2024 manifesto, he said that he will contribute to a campaign for the end of the feudal system that is leasehold, and show the way on how common hold can be provided. I want him to become what he wants to be, which is he's always wanted to be a trailblazer in the world. He's always wanted to be the first one to do something. So I'm asking him to be that first, to be that trailblazer. And I'm sure the Assembly would support it, because we all have constituents who are locked into an abusive relationship with their freeholder, a controlling, abusive relationship with their freeholder. And they're looking for some hope that they can be freed from that relationship. And, you know, I think any time is always a good time to free some people. And this Assembly can help contribute to that if it supports this motion today. Thank you. I'd now like to call on Assembly Member Bailey to second.
I reserve my right, and I second and reserve my right, Chair.
Are there any other? Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you, Chair. And so I'm going to be responding on behalf of the Labour Group, and as a member of the Housing Committee, both you and Assembly Member Lord Bailey and others, I'm sure will be pleased to know that we'll be supporting this motion. We are, as you both know, investigating the difficult situation that leaseholders face and leaseholder charges, and I don't want to preempt any outcomes of that, but I know that alongside you and with the Green Group and other members of my own group, we can look at what might come forward from that. Just in the recent words of the Minister for Housing, and you've reiterated Sadiq Khan's manifesto commitment, but Matthew Pennycook did also say recently that it's time to bring the feudal leasehold system to an end. As you rightly say, people are trapped in this downward spiral of falling length of leases and increasing costs over a period of time. And people don't know when they buy their first home that it may or may not go bad in the future. So we absolutely agree that common hold is the way forward. And we, as a Labour group, are very happy to work with others to continue to campaign for that. I note your comments around wanting Sadiq Khan to be a trailblazer. From my perspective and from the perspective of my group, we're really, we stood on that manifesto and we want to make sure that those things happen. I know that you know that as the housing spokesperson for my group, I'm very diligent and open in making sure that I push those politicians from within my party, whether local, regional or national, to do the right thing by and for Londoners. And so over the next few months, we will continue to do that as a Labour group and push the administration here. And yeah, we welcome the opportunity to support this and to work with you to do that.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey to exercise your right.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'll just say thank you to the Labour Group for supporting this. There is 1.3 million Londoners who have a lease of some kind. This is a real opportunity for the Mayor to add his voice to having this pilot done. Why this pilot is done, the current Labour government are under some pressure from lobbyists to step away from some of the promises they made in their manifesto around how we can reconstitute leases. But the biggest thing that we mustn't lose in this conversation is common hold. The government have already had conversations publicly that looks like we're going to get nowhere near that for lots of different practical reasons, lots of different political reasons. But what's really important here, the Mayor can use his power to demonstrate how this can work. We're the only place in the world who has the type of leasehold system we have, and it has rightly been described this morning as feudal, because it is. But in proposing the dismantling of that feudal system, we have to have an alternative idea. Common hold, to my mind, to this motion's mind, is that alternative idea. And if the Mayor could do a pilot to demonstrate how this would work, it would be phenomenal, particularly as London has the greatest concentration, of leaseholders in the country. It means that our market is big enough to do something meaningful, and London would be performing a service for the whole of the country. To give credit where credit's due, around leases, the Mayor has had quite a good record. The way in which he changed the lease situation on his shared ownership properties that City Hall was involved in was very welcome at the time. This is an opportunity for him to go for the burn. And the fact that the Labour group are adding their voice to this, I think, gives him the space to take it on. Again, he would be performing a service for 5 million people in this country who have a lease. It isn't fair to say that all leaseholders are in a dire situation, but it would be fair to say that many, many, many are. Many are. And this would be a really good way of providing some daylight for those people, to show there's some hope for the 5 million people, the 1.3 million people in London who have a lease, who could do with some respite. So please do back this motion.
Thank you very much. In summing up, I don't want to repeat too much what's been said already, but in summing up, I would welcome what Assembly Member Moema has said about the position of the Labour Group. it is also our experience that we have ministers saying wonderful things about how they're going to change the leasehold system. We saw it under the last government, and we did get some modest changes. The thing is about ministers is they find it very easy to say things, but need constant pressure on them in order to deliver on what they've said. So I look forward to being an ally with the Labour Party in putting the pressure on the government to ensure that we get rid of this arcane, stupid system that we seem to have been stuck with of leasehold, and start to give some hope to those people trapped in leasehold prisons. So thank you very much. Right. Now, can I see all those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I
think that's unanimous, Chair.
That's a unanimous one. Thank you very much for that. Let's move on to the next motion. Now, before we... I think this is the motion that has had an alteration. Are members content that they've got that altered motion so that they know what they're doing? Can I now ask Assembly Member Best to move that motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. Education is a pivotal gateway to opportunity around the world, but especially in our country. And I'm really concerned at the moment that amongst the incompetence of this new Labour government, they are getting away with a severe rolling back of the standards and what our children should expect in school and what adults expect as lifelong learning. It is a far cry from the previous Labour government and the focus on education and long-term solutions such as the Academies programme under Tony Blair to a Secretary of State that appears ideologically and short-sighted on her solutions. Now, I know we won't agree on many of those, but that's why I wanted to focus today on some of those changes where I think it would be crazy to agree with any of these changes, and I think that we can agree on all of these. Starting with the Advanced Mathematics Support Programme. From 2009, where the UK sat in 27th, we've seen ourselves move to 11th in the world rankings. This is a programme that's focused on deprivation areas, engaged with 86% of schools in the UK, and seen an over 20% rise of children taking further mathematics. It's also helped children with university applications, meaning that those that don't perhaps have that tutor support or additional support that many children might get if they're looking to go to top universities, that's levelled the playing ground and gave children that support. It's really important, obviously, to focus on mathematics for a variety of important careers in our country. But, of course, I was reminded when Assemblymember Polanski didn't know the difference between profit and revenue earlier, why it is also important that our children get that education in schools. Also, the removal of Latin. Look, this is something that I'm really concerned with. We've already seen the elitist Secretary of State making sure that only the richest can go to private schools, making sure we strip away bursaries and scholarships for independent schools. And now we're going to make sure that only Latin is taught in private schools as well. Latin, a subject which has the fundamentals not only in literacy in the Western world, but theology, medicine, and fundamentally language in Europe. This was a cost of £4 million, the Latin programme, and the government decided to end it, and not only end it, but cause fear and disruption to students already taking GCSEs. This is nothing more than an ideological move, and it is short-sighted, whether you agree with Latin or not. To make this decision while children are in progress of their GCSEs was crazy. The final thing was the changes to the Adult Skills Fund. We cannot see that the opportunities for adults to further their learning be damaged as well. So I hope that in this chamber we can at least stick to the mantra of education, 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 and our Labour colleagues will send that message to their government too. Thank you.
Assembly Member Garrett, a second.
I second and reserve my right,
Thank
Chair.
you. Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Tempore mutanta nos et mutamur in illis, Chair. Yes, indeed, times do change and we change with them, but the one thing that we do not see changing is the constant erosion, the chipping away of opportunity for children in state schools. Now, we've seen this before. We've seen the erosion of music provision in our state schools. When I was at secondary school, crikey, back in the last millennium, the opportunity was there for anybody that wanted to learn an instrument and there was a room chock full of clarinets, tubas, tenor horns, saxophones, everything that you could possibly imagine. And that was a trumpet. I was a trumpet player. My embouchure was a thing of beauty and the joy forever, but now children that have to go to a specialist school and academy with a music provision in order to enjoy that sort of provision. And that's wrong. We shouldn't just be making sure that only those who can afford the additionalities of education can access those additionalities. We need to make sure that these, what people might term as nice-to-haves, are available for all, because this is not just a nice-to-have. It's a social mobility issue. There was a letter in The Guardian, sorry, you probably didn't see it, which made the very basic claim that one of the most sought-after degrees in the city is a classics degree from a Russell Group university. Now, if you haven't got Latin, you ain't going to be able to do your classics degree. So we are effectively barring people, young people now, from going after jobs. Assemblymember Best is quite right, £4 million halfway through a course. To scrap a course halfway through the term is just cultural vandalism. And it just shows that the Education Secretary, though she has many, many good ideas, when it comes to creating opportunities, for young people, she really doesn't know her natis from her cubitus. Thank you.
Thank you. We learned. Assembly Member Lord Bailey, please.
Just to pick up where Assembly Member Garrett left off. Firstly, I left my trumpet on the bus, and that was the end of my lessons. My mum was furious. But I want to make this serious point. I'm a governor of a school and have been the governor of several schools. And I think your current Education Secretary has made a huge mistake, a misunderstanding in her mind. If she looks at what's happened in education in London in the last 20 years, we went from being the bottom of the pile to the top of the pile. And part of that was the academy group, the academy school system. And a big part of that is accepting that children must be lifted up, not levelled out. So the removal of a course halfway through the year is a piece of wickedness. It's a direct wickedness. We hear in this chamber all the time about political choices. Well, your Education Secretary has decided to be wicked. That's a political choice she has made. To be clear about Latin and maths in particular, everybody knows that maths is universally, continually and always useful from an education point of view and an employment point of view and a social mobility point of view. I happen to have a degree in engineering. I only have that because I had extra support with maths. My school had that provision and they gave it to us. We talk endlessly to children, particularly girls, about STEM, but yet we're removing the ability to support them to do something special. Unless your Education Secretary understands that there will be children who do better than the norm, then all children will fail when she brings us all down. This is about lifting people up, not bringing us all down. Latin, which was pushed in one of the schools that I was a governor in, is the basis to almost all of the European languages. It gives children a real opportunity from poor communities to work in other parts of Europe, to do very special things, and you're removing that through ideological means. And I'll end by saying this: the antidote to poverty
if you could come
is
to an
ambition,
end,
and ambition often needs an education, and by ruining children's education, and that's what you're doing, you're preventing poor children realising their own ambition.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Is there any more contributors? I'll ask, therefore, Assembly Member Best to... Oh, Garrett, Assembly Member Garrett to respond. Yeah. You're not responding, you're just talking. Go on, off you go.
So, thank you, Chair. I'm starting to get the feeling that this Labour government doesn't really like me, Chair. But I don't think it's just me. I think it's quite a lot of people.
So why
Labour
single them
government. I think. Let me confess. I'm an out and proud geek, people often say why bother learning maths? You don't ever use it, you don't ever need it. I've forgotten all my maths. So someone who hasn't forgotten all the maths that you learned at school, my response to that is, yeah, I can tell. I can tell. We had a report on Tuesday that I launched here. I'm sure you paid great attention, all of you. The key insight from that report is an understanding about the difference between human behaviour that follows a power law and human behaviour that follows a normal distribution law. It's very hard to explain it in those terms because, of course, people have forgotten all the maths they learnt at school. I'm in favour of people learning more maths because this insight between human behaviour that follows a power law and human behaviour that follows a normal distribution is really important. It has huge impact on the kind of policy response that you would make as politicians to those problems. But what this Labour government is doing, of course, is cutting the Advanced Mathematics Support Programme, having just, not only that, having just cut the Stimulating Physics Network and also cut the Computing Hub. So they are going after maths, they're going after physics, and they're going after computer science. The future. This is exactly as Assemblymember Bailey has just pointed out. This is literally what the future of our society and our economy looks like, is maths, physics and computer science, and the Labour government has decided mid-year to start cutting these things. We should be doing more of them. We should be doing more of them, not less of them. And in particular, for example, the Advanced Mathematics Support Programme specifically was targeted at people in disadvantaged groups. I mentioned I feel singled out. I grew up on a council estate. I went to a school in a disadvantaged area. This is a programme that is helping people who have an inclination and a skill to get involved in maths. It is cutting them out. This is the world of the future, and I'm afraid this is a Labour government that is a very, very long way from Wilson's speech in 1963 about the white heat of technology, that somehow thinks that the future does not involve people learning maths, physics and computer science. They really need to rethink. They are completely on the wrong track. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Best to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. The only comment I'd really make is it's telling, isn't it? It's telling that this Labour group sat here have nothing to say, not a single argument of defence for the actions of their Secretary of State, the Education Secretary, running roughshod through education. All they can do is stare at their phones, stare at their laptops, because it's embarrassing. Thank you for your attention, Len. One member can hear this argument. They don't want to hear it because, thank you, Sem, only when I shouted it out. They know it's indefensible. This is the most elitist government I have ever seen. They want to make sure opportunity is for the rich. They don't care about our working class communities across the country. They don't care about them here in London. And we see that with them cutting the Adult Skills Fund as well. So even when you're older, you are still not going to get the opportunities. So let's see if they want to vote with this, or let's see if they'll sit on their hands or they'll vote against it. Let's see if they're okay with scrapping opportunity to the most disadvantaged children in London. Let's see if they're okay with scrapping budget to give adults an opportunity for further education. Let's see what they want to do, but it's certainly not make an argument in defence of this, that's for sure.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 11, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7, Chair.
That motion is carried. Let's move to the next motion. This is an altered motion, and I just want to again check that everyone's got that alteration.
Can I just be clear on the alteration of the motion? Is that being accepted then?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not the amendment.
No, that's what I meant.
Not the amendment.
The alteration
amendment
of something I think that's been accepted by the mover or seconder. Let's be very clear.
Yes.
Can you make that clear?
Yes, absolutely. It's just the alteration. It's not any amendment that may be proposed. It's the alteration has been
My
accepted.
one with the bits in from Labour, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that one.
Yeah.
No.
Not that one.
No. Well, I'm not talking about the amendment. So let's, if you can present your motion, please, Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Labour Group for their constructive support on this, and also thank you to the Greens for seconding the motion. Londoners have lived with uncertainty for too long over whether Heathrow Airport will be expanded. And through this motion, we should all be looking for certainty that this Assembly and our Mayor do not support the construction of a third runway that would have catastrophic consequences for Londoners, particularly in the South West, but I think across London as a whole, has been mentioned in the altered motion. So I'm delighted to have had verbal confirmation from the Mayor that he opposes the expansion of Heathrow. He clearly understands the environmental cost of an additional 240,000 flights a year and what is already Britain's biggest airport, with the additional carbon emissions, noise pollution, all of the nasties that such expansion will bring. But they need more. Londoners deserve more than just words, which is why this motion calls for the Mayor to reaffirm his position in writing to the Chancellor. We're also looking through for his commitment to support legal action to stop Heathrow if it comes to it. The perfect opportunity will be in the publication of the final draft budget, which comes out next week. And while, of course, nobody knows how much legal action is going to cost, at this point, a clear ring-fencing of funds to draw down on will provide both Londoners and local authority partners and lobby groups the confidence that he will be there to support them in their fight. As a long-time resident of South West London and a local councillor, I know the depth and breadth of the concerns that residents have about the blight which could happen upon their lives should there be a new runway at Heathrow. And there's a genuine fear that outweighs any potential prospect of jobs or growth in the area. I mean, we've always said, really, that what we're looking for is a better Heathrow and not a bigger Heathrow. So we are not opposed to growth, but we should not have growth at any cost, particularly if it blights the lives of people who are already having to live under the flight paths of hundreds of thousands of planes a month. Not a month. A year. Economic growth in this country is important, but the evidence against this particular project is overwhelming. Heathrow's chief executive this week announced an agreement with British steelmakers to work with them exclusively to supply the building of new terminals. And that's a tactic, really. It's a tactic which will distract from the truth. Investment in British industry could be agreed on any number of infrastructure projects so desperately needed both in London and beyond, like improving road conditions, increasing bus routes, or renewing rolling stock on the tube. So I urge all of you to support this motion, help guarantee the Mayor's involvement and the financial support that London's councils, community groups and MPs can rely on so that together we can oppose and stop the expansion of Heathrow just as we did in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski to second.
Formally second, reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And we have an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Prince. Would you like to present your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. We don't actually disagree with the motion as it is, but we don't think it goes far enough. Basically, if London is to grow, if London is to remain a world city, then we have to have a world hub for the airplanes and for aviation. We are losing business all the time to other areas such as Paris, Schiphol and so on, and if we do not have a proper hub airport in London, then we will lose out. Now, clearly, a third runway in Heathrow is the wrong solution in the wrong location. Nobody really agrees with that, except for the Labour government, of course. What we need is we need to start again. We need to locate an airport large enough to take maybe 4 runways, but somewhere where it's not going to be an absolutely catastrophic disaster if one of them falls out of the air. It's not going to be one which disrupts the lives of people every day, every few minutes, with planes flying over one of the most densely populated cities in Europe. What Heathrow has become really isn't practical for the modern day. So what we are saying is that we do need to expand aviation because people need to move around. The world is getting smaller and smaller, but we need to find an alternative location to build a major hub airport to help drive the British economy. Because, and I think in theory they are, the Labour government are in favour of growth, then the way forward is to have growth in the right location. And Heathrow is definitely not the right location.
I'll formally second that amendment. Any contributors? Assembly Member Duval.
Wow. What pace to follow, which is not the starting point where I'm coming from. Can I thank Councillor Roberts for the way that he's engaged with the Labour group and taken on some of our concerns of minor warning. We have a problem with the last part of your motion where it does to the budget, not because there hasn't got to be a budget or there shouldn't be expenditure if there is a case for legal action. It's just that we don't think it needs to be set aside in the budget issue. So we reserve our rights in future motions you may bring, but it's not against the spirit of the motion of where we are now. This is a debate that's gone on time and time again, and the proposals that have been put forward don't meet the issues. I am pro-growth. I am a supporter of growth issues, quite well known, but not at any price. And I welcome the contribution that you made. I'm not so pro-growth that I'd make the big jump to a super hub. And also making that decision for somewhere else, probably outside London. It's not for us to do. We will contribute to the debate, but we shouldn't be doing that. There is a case for Heathrow looking at their existing capacity for efficiencies to make it a better airport. I'm not sure where they've been on that for some time. That fell on deaf ears time and time again around some of their proposals. They bring back things that they know that will be rejected. So we can't be supporting the amendment because that just muddies the waters around what we need to focus on in terms of these proposals that we know of in the past and any future proposals that brought for us, whether they're short-term or long-term. Let's see those. Now, I think it's right, our stance at the moment, based on the evidence that's been presented to us. We shouldn't give blank cheques to anybody. No matter how important growth is to our economy and to London, we should think carefully about those. There will be a new regime that will actually look at these proposals. We need to make sure that regime is still a quality approach and it still allows people to question proposals that affect their communities and also see all the arguments in the round. There shouldn't be shortcuts on that for the sake of a national emergency or whatever we say about growth. They need to be examined and we should play our part in that. And it's right that we put a marker down on this proposal at this moment in time.
Any other contributors? No, shall I?
After you.
I'm going to say something on the clock. Yeah, I know we're all against the Heathrow expansion as the Assembly, but we have also got to be pro-growth. And if we just say what we're against all the time, we're not really contributing to the pro-growth agenda. And that growth has to talk about not where you put a third runway, it's where you put the fourth and the fifth. And if you haven't got a plan for that for the future, then you're not pro-growth. Just dusting off a 20th century plan written on parchment from and calling it growth and bringing it and trying to say that that is the solution to the 21st century challenges in which air travel, whether or not the Greens like it or not, will be a major part, is not pro-growth. It gives the image of growth, but it actually will stunt us as a country. And we have to be big, and we have to be bold, and we have to start talking about a solution that will work for 100 years, and that involves major construction, probably in the Thames estuary, probably on the Isle of Grain, as it's already been worked out by Foster and Sons in their Thames Hub project. That is the growth agenda. That is forward-looking. and I can read the room. I know you're not going to support this amendment, but some of us, in a few years' time, some people will look back and say who on the London Assembly actually stood for growth, actually stood for opportunity, and you can choose to be in that category yourself if you wish to at this moment. And back on the agenda, the Assembly Member Polanski to, just to contribute.
Thank you very much, Chair. Heathrow would be, or will be, Heathrow... Let me start again. Quite wound up. Expanding Heathrow will be disastrous for climate, for our communities and for our future. This means more emissions, more pollution, more overflowing Londoners. This is an absolute disaster. And, you know, the independent panel on Climate Change, Committee on Climate Change, has said that expanding airports is incompatible with reaching net zero. We've got Ed Miliband seemingly supporting Heathrow expansion, but this will wipe out in 5 years any benefits of a clean power plan. So I'm pleased to hear that it sounds like there's cross-party consensus, at least on this Assembly, that Heathrow expansion is a bad idea. Let me move to the Conservative amendment, and let me start with Assembly Member Best trying to patronise me with education, because you've been out here trying to defend Sainsbury's if we want to talk about growth. They've had 7 consecutive quarters of growth, best ever value position, and yet they're saying difficult decisions. And this comes exactly to your point, Assembly Member Boff. We can't just say we need growth. It's about who is this growth for and how are you measuring it. Even the person who designed the very idea of GDP says this is a terrible way to measure a country's health and well-being. So we need to talk about the things that actually matter. And when I see amendments that talk about 24/7 airports, I wonder where you were this morning when you had the fire commissioner talking about the fires in LA, when you know about the floods in Manchester, when you hear about the climate events that are going to happen in London. And I can't even begin to conceive of how you come up with the political ears, or now supposedly, to hear that kind of conversation and go, do you know what we need? We need more emissions. We need to destroy the planet a little bit more. So I used the word absurd before, and Assemblymember Hall didn't like it. How about I use the word scientifically illiterate, dangerous, a problem for every single Londoner when you are just kowtowing to reform. If people want full-fat Nigel Farage, they exist. So I don't know why we've got the Conservative group coming to this Assembly time and time again at the moment and proposing things for London that are so dangerous. So we won't be supporting the amendment, and we will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
So summing up for the amendment, Assembly Member Prince, please.
Well, until our good friend over there on the Greens stood up, I actually thought we were winning the argument with him, and I thought he was genuinely going to stand up and tell us what a wonderful idea we had. Len, you know, yeah, we are about growth, and we can stick our head in the sands in relation to aviation in London, but actually I think you'll find that a number of London airports, or airports that claim to be London Southend, London Luton, London Gatwick, are actually not in London. And I think there would be people who would welcome an opportunity to have all the jobs and all the benefits that go with having a large hub airport. And it would also open up many, many more opportunities in the area that is Heathrow at the moment for Londoners and for London. I just feel that it's all right being against everything, but if you're going to be against everything, as Andrew Boff put much more eloquently than I can, you have to be for something. And if you're against people flying, I just don't understand how you can, in all consciousness, get on an aeroplane and fly yourselves. But it seems that those over there who tell us what we can and what we cannot do, where we can fly to, what cars we can drive, that they don't limit themselves in that way. They allow themselves a flight a year. Well, actually, it's at least 2 flights, because I'm sure they must fly back. Well, I'd be quite happy if they did just take a one-way trip.
Thank you. Well, and can we, if you could sum up, Assembly Member Roberts, on your original motion?
No, Chair, I'm quite happy to move to a vote if that would benefit the Assembly.
All those in favour of the amendment, please indicate. The amendment.
Go on, Gareth, you can do it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8, Chair.
8. All those against the amendment, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Chair.
Sometimes I wish I was less clear. All those in favour of the original motion, which now stands, the altered motion as now stands, all those in favour, please indicate.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, Chair.
18, thank you. All those against, please indicate. Right. Okay. 3 point. Where are we now? That was that. 3.8. Assembly Member Polanski, if you could move your motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm looking forward to asking everyone for their votes today. I'm sure it's going to go well. Assembly Member Prince actually asked a really good question just a few moments ago, which was, you can't be against everything, you've got to be for something. So the question really is about what are the signalling mechanisms we use to reduce demand on aviation. Now, there's a really important fact to all of this, and we've heard this constantly around road user charging in London, that there's always this conversation that, you know, the people who are poorest are the ones driving. Well, actually, the people who are poorest are the ones who don't even own a car. And you see a similar parallel with flying, because actually it's 15% of people who take 75% of flights. Over half of the people in the UK will not fly at all. So there is already an inequality to the people who fly. Now, with that, this is not about banning people from taking a summer holiday or from visiting a relative across the world. It's about recognising that the amount that some people, a small proportion, the 1%, are flying alongside private jets is deeply problematic. Having said all of this, and I want this bit to be heard very carefully, this motion is not about a frequent flyer levy. So that's a conversation we can have another day about voting for a frequent flyer levy or not. This motion is about a commission to look at what can be possible, to have this conversation about what rate you might put it at, who needs to be involved, what is the mechanism to make it work. Now, I notice Assembly members, particularly on the Conservative side, chuntering away, so I understand why they might miss the point about a commission and in a moment stand down and go, this can't work, or this can never happen.
A little less chuntering, if we can.
It's always good to have a little less chuntering. So yes, this is about a commission for a frequent flyer levy, because ultimately there is a climate crisis. We cannot continue as we are going. So we need to look at how we reduce aviation, and one of the ways to do that is through a signalling mechanism. And by the way, if you back something like sustainable aviation fuel, the money that is used for a levy, for a frequent flyer levy, could be used for research and development for that kind of work, rather than it coming out of public or government money. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, second, please.
Yes, just very briefly. The debate on aviation in London has been going on for years. I responded for the Green Group to the AMPS consultation back in 2017, spoke to the Mayor about a frequent flyer levy back in 2016. And one of the reasons that I supported the idea of a frequent flyer levy was that the Climate Change Committee have also said since that there is a need to manage capacity UK and worldwide. Now, the need to manage aviation is because of its impacts. It's because aviation not only emits carbon dioxide, but other climate warming gases. And it's because noise impacts of aviation are impacting people living in our city, the overflown Londoners, who the Environment Committee did a report in support of back in 2017. Now, the noise impacts from Heathrow they impact more people than several airports in Europe combined. If you add up Frankfurt, Madrid, Paris and Amsterdam, you are then affecting the same number of people who are affected by noise from Heathrow in London. Now, the noise impacts have worsened partly due to more modern navigation techniques, which allow more planes to fly in the same airspace. And It's like switching off radar and switching on sat-nav. And that means that they go through exactly the same piece of airspace, and the people on the ground are impacted by constant flight noise. And it's in the aircraft noise report that the Assembly Member Best, if you're worrying about what I'm saying, it's in the aircraft noise report of the Environment Committee. So the people living under these flight paths in London, the concentrated flight paths, already experience very extreme noise. So the idea that the Mayor should do some research and think about how to protect Londoners from these noise impacts makes sense. The idea that we think about whether a frequent flyer levy could actually help these Londoners who are plagued by extreme aircraft noise. If you represent an area which has flight paths going over it, you will have casework on aircraft noise.
Could you bring your comments to a
I
close,
will do.
please?
So, this motion, getting the Mayor to research this makes absolute sense.
Pretty much now, Assembly Member. Thank you very much. Right. Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you, Chair. There are parts in here which we could support, and there are parts which we don't. I think that the threshold is too low, to be honest, and will disadvantage those people who genuinely do need to take additional flights throughout the year. We are an international city with residents, with families living outside of London. And they may, for very unfortunate reasons, such as family tragedies, need to fly more than once a year. And this will cost them in order to do that. So the threshold is too low. Assemblymember Polanski said that this is not a motion about bringing in a levy. Well, the motion itself says the Assembly there calls on the Mayor to confirm his support for the creation of a frequent flyer levy. We also call on the Mayor to commission work to calculate what design of levy would work best to manage aviation and demand and capacity in London. The Mayor is not going to create a commission to look at whether a levy is the right thing to do. We're calling on him through this motion to say that he supports it and then find out what sort of levy will be introduced. So it is about a levy. It's absolutely. I'm not going to amend it. I'm just going to abstain on it. But yeah, I'm going to abstain, you know. Well, if you think there are some good things and some bad things, then you do this stuff. Anyway, so there we go. This could be a better motion, and really, if Assemblymember Polanski wants to tell us one thing and then has something written down in black and white which directly contradicts it, then it makes it very difficult to offer our support. Thank you. Yeah.
Assemblymember Baker, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm going to be the motion Grinch again, because we appreciate the aim of this motion and you know, support the idea that we do need to consider the impact of air travel on pollution and climate impact grounds, and crucially ensure there are speedy alternative public transport options available where it's reasonable. But this is a speculative motion. It's based on no real research. I'm quite amused, again, also that it says, you know, that it's not a frequent flyer levy motion when it clearly is asking us to support that. And to be perfectly honest, if you want us to support it, then the least you could do, or some other organisation, is do the research to make the case. So just a couple of concerns that we have specifically, though. You know, who are the frequent flyers? Now, a large amount of those are going to be business travellers already paying very high fares through corporate accounts. There's nothing to say that there's nothing to say that adding a levy on would make any difference to the numbers travelling at all. Unless you would like to do the research to prove that, please do so. So there's no evidence that it'll actually influence the levels of air travel, and there's no distinction here between a frequent business traveller or somebody, as has been raised with by Assemblymember Roberts, with family overseas who may save a huge proportion of their earnings specifically to visit family. It's not a progressive tax. There's no detail about how the impact would play out. There's no evidence that that low-income passengers would be protected. There's just no way we're signing a blank cheque on this. And it's worth pointing out that for some reason it's asking the Mayor to fund alternatives to aviation for shorter journeys. Well, he already funds a lot of public transport. Not much of it, well, if any at all, is an alternative to flying. So it's just very badly designed. The bottom line is you're asking the Mayor to spend resources to research something that you haven't made the case for yourself. And just finally, can I gently suggest that in making this case, you start with Green Party voters, who apparently are the group of voters most likely to have flown more than twice a year in this last year.
Assembly Member Garrett, please.
I want to speak.
Oh, this is
So I want to pick up on one of the points that Assemblymember Polanski made in his speech when he said the poorest Londoners don't own cars. And this is absolutely, catastrophically a lie. It is categorically a lie. The Mayor has said it. Assemblymember Polanski has just said it. We have disproven this again and again. In outer London, the poorest decile, sorry for the mathematically, I appreciate the advanced mathematical programme has been cut by the Labour Party, so the poorest 10% of households in London, which is households with a gross household income of about £12,000 a year or less, household income, a majority of those in outer London own a car. They do own a car. The very first question I put to the Mayor when he proposed his ULEZ was, what do you think people should do who can't afford £12.50 a day, can't afford a newer car, but need their car to get around? He never answered the question. The Greens have never answered the question. The Labour Party have never answered the question. All of the supporters of ULEZ have never answered the question. They just keep lying to themselves that the poorest Londoners don't own cars. They do, and they are hit by it. And I'm currently dealing with a piece of casework, one of my residents, who has been made homeless by these charges precisely because she is stuck in that bind. Precisely because she is stuck in that bind. And I get pretty cross with people like Assemblymember Polanski who keep pretending that the poorest Londoners don't own cars because it suits their political agenda to pretend such. And we move on to pay per mile. This is a strategy to price all of the poorest people off the roads so that wealthy people can drive around on empty roads, which they call combating congestion. And here again, we have an aviation levy, which is about doing the same thing. And let me just say, no one is fooled by what I'm going to call the Commission Gambit. This is not a motion about doing X. This is a motion about setting up a commission to see how we can do X. No one's fooled by that. Please, honestly, don't try to run that by us. But honestly, I'm a bit tired of the Greens supporting completely policies which particularly hit the poorest and then pretending that they do not. Thank you, Chair.
Assemblymember Lord Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up where my two esteemed colleagues have left off, the first thing to say about the Greens is you've got to hang around with some poor people and understand we have a cost of living crisis. If you think you're going to put a levy, even on frequent travellers who are business users who don't pass that cost on to the rest of us, you're living in crowd cuckoo land. The other thing as well, a number of us have large amounts of our family who live outside of the UK who regularly needed to be visited. So you'll be penalising what largely amounts to an immigrant community. You'll be punishing them for having family elsewhere in the world. You weren't that enthusiastic about our motion, but yet you've talked a lot about noise. Well, if you build the airport somewhere else, the noise situation will go away overnight. You simply would not have those planes flying over the most densely packed city in all of Europe. It was very, very, very important. And the important thing as well, when you ask the Mayor to subsidise travel, are you asking him to subsidise international travel? Because that's where planes go. We don't do much about internal flights. You're asking the Mayor to subsidise international travel. I doubt that's within his remit. I'm sure if you write him a letter, he'll let you know. But this whole thing is a ruse to legitimise a policy that you're trying to sneak past us. That's what's going on here. You get it a commission, it makes it look like a foregone conclusion, and then we work on how we do it, not if we do it. This needs to be looked at as a if we do it. I'd suggest we never do.
Assemblymember Tyrrell.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't planning to speak, but I'm a bit confused because at the last meeting, Assembly Member Russell told us that the Greens were the home of good ideas on the Assembly. Now Assembly Member Polanski is telling us that they've got no ideas, they just want commissions to tell us what the ideas are. But for Londoners who are confused by this, I can answer the question for them, which is they're a one-trick pony of commissions and taxation, and that is all that the Green Party ever bring to this Assembly. Because instead of a new taxation on flying, we should be looking at innovation to make flying greener. And that's going to come from the smaller airports. So the reason I spoke was to get a great plug for my constituency in, because it's going to be the small airports such as Biggin Hill Airport in Bromley that delivers cleaner aviation, not new taxes.
Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd said all I had to say about airports, but clearly, if you actually want to delay something, if you actually don't have any ideas, as my colleague actually said, then the answer is to set up a commission. I'm interested that Assemblymember Polanski said it wasn't about the levy. Well, I've just highlighted the levy, the levy, the levy, the levy. So he obviously needs to take his Chevy somewhere. I think that what we have here is a taxation on expanding the economy. And as always, when they run out of arguments, the Greens say, it's all in the science. Well, it isn't, I'm afraid. What we need, if we're going to make Britain great again, if we're going to expand the economy, then we need to compete with all the other countries that have aviation at the front of it. We are an island. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but we are an island, and the only way you can get off the island is either through the Eurotunnel, if you want to go to Paris or Brussels, which are perfectly nice places, or you actually have to jump on a plane, and if you want to go for a longer distance, you have to jump on maybe 2 planes. But you cannot actually have a growth in the economy if we are going to be uncompetitive in the world. It's a great big world we live in. We don't just live in little London.
Assembly Member Best, please.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to just point out that now that Labour are opposing a few motions today, they're happy to speak about why they're in opposition to frequent flyers. They're happy to talk about why they're in opposition to our proposals around planning. They were even happy to talk about their arguments for why they had opposition and they were actually in support of national insurance rises for employers. But they still had no argument on why they thought that the Education Secretary was making the right choices to cut opportunities for children across London. And so I think it is interesting that they even have brought that argument to the table here, but they don't have anything to say about education. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you. Shall I just talk about anything? No, I won't do that. I wanted.
No shame from the other side. You should have no shame. No shame.
Calm down. Can I take?
Please, can we just
That's enough.
continue?
That's enough.
Thank you,
Assembly
Chair.
Member
I wanted to. So Assembly Member Lord Bailey stole a bit of my thunder, and I just think that this motion. You always do that. I don't know what's happening, but I wanted to speak to the fact that a misgiving that I have about this motion, and that is, as Assembly Member Lord Bailey, is that it doesn't actually reflect the huge chunk of Londoners who have family who live beyond even Europe and in other places. It doesn't really take into account, it assumes that a certain level of income. It assumes that a long-distance flight, were I to visit my family in South Africa, which I hope to do at some point this year because I haven't seen them for quite a few years, that is a long-distance flight of at least 10 hours, and should I have to go there with 1 or 2 other family members, that would take me into a threshold of a frequent flyer kind of air miles, and you're not taking into account, I don't pretend to be a low-income Londoner, but you're not taking into account the fact that for many people, it is the only way, the main way in which you see family members in other places and continents. We can celebrate diversity here in the city, but we actually need to think about
people's lives in the round, and the fact that those households, those families will be saving for months, if not years in some cases, so that they can go and do those things. And I just think it's a little bit self-indulgent and assumes that everybody who might have concerns about aviation, might want to support many of the principles behind this, is of a certain income demographic, and it really is just not the case. And I think on that basis alone, this should not be supported.
Anybody else want to speak?
That's pretty much all of us.
Well, you haven't spoken, Chair. Yeah, Chair, you haven't gone.
It's by far the most popular of motions that we've had, if not the most supported. But Assembly Member Polanski to sum up.
We've not had the vote yet, Chair, before you say it's not supported. Quite seriously, Assembly Member Mohammed just made some really serious and important points, and this comes back. Well, this comes back to, if you'll let me finish, why I started by saying 15% of people take 75% of the flights. So this is why it's called a frequent flyer levy. Now, the question is how do you make sure that you're protecting the people on the lowest income so they can still do the flights they need, whilst recognising there is a climate crisis and we need to reduce aviation. Now, that's not just me standing up here for some ideological reason not wanting aviation. It's the fact that the Independent Committee on Climate Change, the biggest body of scientists that we have in this country, is saying aviation at its current rate is not compatible with net zero. The Mayor, when he made his carbon pathway to net zero, we hear about it all the time, and I welcome that, but when he made that pathway, he assumed after the pandemic that aviation would not come back. It has come back, and it is continuing to rise. So you can say it's self-indulgent, but the point is we need to reduce aviation, so we need to work out how we do that. Now, people say that we don't have ideas. The idea is a frequent flyer levy. So then what you do is you go, how do you make that happen? I would be curious, Assembly Member Baker, what the New Economics Foundation, or possible the climate change charity, would think about your comments that it wasn't researched. They have researched it as much as a small organisation can. The idea of a commission is to take a good idea in principle and back it with money so researchers can work with data and evidence to say, here is a recommendation that the Mayor can then or not take. Otherwise, you just allow big ideas to come from multimillionaires and billionaires, which explains the state of the Conservative Party and the Labour government. So, please back the motion. Yes, for goodness sake.
Just slag off the two lots you want to vote for it. Yes, good. Good tactic.
Yes. How to make friends and influence people. Here we go. All those in favour of the Mr. Assembly Member Polanski's motion.
Just Zach at the moment.
That's three, Chair.
All those against the motion, please indicate.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4,
and one
5,
on the
6,
fence.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, Chair.
And that is the last of the motions?
And that falls.
Despite Neil Garrett's
we now move on to item 7, the Economy, Culture, Sports and Skills Committee referred motion. The Assembly is asked to note the outcome of the Economy and Culture and Skills Committee consideration of the referred motion. Is that noted? Mayoral commitments. The Assembly is asked to note the commitment made by the Mayor of London commitments made by the Mayor of London during the... I'm going to finish my sentence. You talked enough. I can. Mayor of London during the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held between November 2024 and January 2025. Is that noted?
Noted.
Date of next meeting. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. 25th of February here. It will be to consider the final draft budget for the GLA group for 2025-26. Are there any other meetings, any other business considered urgent by the chair? Now let me think. No, that's all right. The meeting can end.